Hello, Prashant. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Welcome, ma'am. Hello.
हेलो सर, प्रशांत नहीं है, अभी साक्षी मैम करेंगी।
Okay, so we should start.
यस सर।
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. I, Sakshi Gupta, on behalf of the organizing committee, welcome honorable speakers, respected session chairs, and authors in online international conference on communication and computing system. For the keynote speech on information security management is everybody's business, we are honored to have Dr. Noor Izra from UPM Malaysia joined with us today. Welcome, ma'am. With immense pleasure, I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Noor. Dr. Noor Izra is an academic staff at the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, UPM, since 1998. Her areas of specializations are computer security, intrusion detection systems, access control, secure operating systems, coordination models and languages, and distributed systems. She has written a book, Introduction to C++ Programming in 2001, edited 3 books in information security topics, and has published over 120 articles in journals and as book chapters, and over 100 international conference proceedings, thus earning a H index of 13 with 756 citation in Scopus as of October 2020. Welcome, ma'am. I now request Dr. Noor to proceed for her session. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Hear me?
I'm not sure, Rishabh. Is ma'am audible?
No.
Hear me now?
Ma'am, your voice is very low, like too low.
Right. So normally it's still too low. Is it? Can you hear
Uh,
me or
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
is it clear now?
Ma'am, it is clear, but can you improve it more, like a bit more?
Okay. Okay. So is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. It's fine.
Is this better? Is this better now? While I'm testing the volume, can also the
Not exactly, ma'am. It's still low.
still low. It's okay.
Ma'am, not at all audible.
Sorry.
Yeah, it is audible now.
So let me just sharing.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. I guess you need to come near the microphone so that it is audible.
I'll try to use the this one is normally is okay. Let me try to use the this one.
I
Better
need no
now?
voice.
Is it better?
Ma'am, it's audible, but the voice is very low.
Check.
I request the participants to kindly wait while we solve this technical issue.
Here, right? Okay. So what is it's no problem. I cannot share my screen. You have to share. Can the host allow me to share the screen, please?
Karan sir, can you please make Dr. Noor as co-host?
Done.
Ma'am, you can share your screen now, ma'am.
Hello, Sakshi. Sakshi,
Hello? Yes, sir.
ma'am is audible?
No, sir.
Okay, okay. There is some audio issue. I think speaker is going to restart her laptop. So we will take 1-2 minutes.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? Is this okay? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, your voice is audible, but there is some sound.
Is it like a wind? If I try better now?
Hello. Hello.
डॉक्टर साहब मैडम की थोड़ी थोड़ी आवाज आ रही है तो आने दीजिए स्टार्ट करवा दीजिए
या, या।
है ना स्टार्ट करवा ही दीजिए थोड़ी थोड़ी आवाज आ रही है
हाँ,
हाँ स्टार्ट करवा दीजिए
start, ma'am.
Oh, it's still not. Can you hear me now? better?
Yes,
I'm trying.
just be, please continue.
Is
Now
this
it,
okay? Which
yeah,
one?
now it is okay.
Huh? Huh? This one
Okay,
is
ma'am.
okay.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay. You can start,
Okay,
please.
good. Thank you. I need to share my screen again. Sorry for asking about this. But this morning it was okay. The speaker was okay this morning. Can I now share my screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. You can share the screen.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can
Now I
start.
can.
You can start your
Yeah.
lecture.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So you want me to restart? Yeah. Okay. So this is my title, yeah, for today: information security management. Is everybody's business? Why I put it that way? Because most people think that when we talk about information security, it is only the responsibility of the IT technical people. It is only the responsibility of the information security officer only. They feel that, you know, then it's not their responsibility. So this is why what we need to make the people understand about this, especially in many organizations. So now, this is a little bit about myself. I will just skip to here. Yeah. Now we know that with the user of the internet is increasing every year, and especially the mobile internet users also now is like 91% of the total internet users, especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic, when everybody is working from home. Yeah, online learning is also done throughout, you know, from schools until you know, the university age. So it is now becoming a very you know, the usage has increased, I would say. So we know also that computer security is very important in almost any technology driven industry which operates on computer systems, as enormous volumes of critical information is created and transmitted and archived by computers worldwide every day. And with the ever-growing technology, today's computer professionals need a comprehensive understanding of all aspects of security in computing. And we know that when we talk about information security, we need to fulfill this CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And we also have additional security concepts such as authorization, authentication, non-repudiation, and so on. So these are some of this is to show that why information security is very important and why we need to manage the information security. So when we talk about information security, what is the best practice? Do you have a best practice? Yeah? So sometimes best practice can be idealistic, but not very realistic. Yeah, we would say. So what organizations can what we call can be adequate for them, yeah, would be like a optimal security framework, yeah, which does not necessarily mean the higher security that can be obtained by the money spent. Yeah, for example, we need to weigh the business risk of losing out in a highly competitive market against the risk of suffering security exposure and associated consequences. So sometimes it is quite acceptable to take risks as long as it is done in the right way and involve the right people. So when we say optimal, it means that the most appropriate use of security given the business requirements and the desired risk profile of the organization. When we talk about computing environment, there are these 5 interacting components that we have here, right? The people, data, the activities, the technology, and the network. So the protection of assets in one organization is actually the responsibility of the management. However, security may restrict people in their working patterns. So there may be temptation to flaunt security rules. And people may feel that, you know, oh, this security is too restricting and this is so troublesome. Or why not just, if we enforce that every PC should have a password, and maybe perhaps, you know, through 2 or 3 layers of authentication. Some people may feel that this is so troublesome and I don't want to use this, I will skip. Yeah, they will skip using the password and so on. And this may also expose them and also expose the organization to threats, yeah, and risk. And this is particularly likely if the security instruction do not come from the superior authority, but they just come from some branch or maybe from the IT department only. So this is why information security management is very important to be supported and also to be enforced, yeah, by the top management. Now, when we talk about management skills, traditionally a manager should have a computer literacy skill, yeah, the ability to use computers, and then they should also have information literacy, which is the ability to know when there is a need for information, and they will be able to identify, locate, evaluate, and effectively use that information for the problem, yeah, to solve the problem. But nowadays, these two will not be enough. Yeah, what we need now is also security literacy. This is also important. What does security literacy means? So it is important because, yeah, a security literate manager is familiar with relatively generic security concepts such as the CIA and Common Information Assurance terms and the associated learning modules. So when we talk about global computing, even managers who are computer literate and information literate cannot be effective managers if they are not security literate, because nowadays security is very important. As I said earlier, yeah, every day there are like millions of new threats being created, yeah. So we have to really protect ourselves, the organizations especially. So the security of information system would encompass, yeah, the people security, the data security, information system activity security, technology security, as well as network security. So it will be like a wholesome, yeah, a complete security for the information system. So when we talk about the personnel security, it is to protect the people, and procedural security to protect the activities, the processes, yeah, in the organization. The information security to protect the data, software and hardware security to protect the technology, and the network security to protect the networks. Most security problems are actually people related, and I'm sure all of us understand or realize this. And most damage are not due to attacks, but most of it are because of human mistakes, like, oops, what have I done? What was that? What did I do? You know, something like that. Human mistakes. So this is why everybody needs to really understand about information security and how we manage it. So let's start with human resources security. Our own personnel or our own staff, yeah, or maybe the contract personnel, yeah, can be the source of insecurity. So we need to have like procedures for employees joining the organization or leaving the organization, like collect the keys, entry badges, user accounts, yeah, their access control thing, and enforced holiday periods also can be used to stop staff from hiding the traces of fraud. Yeah, maybe they're committing some fraud fraud, for example. And also it would be a good idea to have a background checks on new staff that we're going to hire. And to be effective, security policies must be supported by the top management. Yeah? And we should not treat users as the enemy. The users have to understand that they protect their own assets. They need to understand that. Many users, many staff in the organization, they feel that this is the asset of the organization. It's not mine. So it's the organization's property. So I don't really care about that. Why should I bother? They should be made to understand that if anything happens to that asset, it will affect the organization. And when it affects the organization, it will also affect their job and things like that. We need to make them understand the relation between all this, so that people can work together, they understand each other, and everybody can be responsible for the information security management of the organization. So security awareness program should be part of the general security strategy. The general security strategy is not just something that you do one-off or once a year. It should be like a continuous process to give training to the employees as well as to the top management as well. Yeah, but of course we know that not every member in the organization has to become a security expert. For example, in an organization, we may have clerks, we may have the typists, we may have the maybe the chief finance officer who is not really related to technical security things, right? But all members should know that why security is important for themselves and for the organization, and what is expected of each member, which is good practices that they should follow, and so on. So personnel security may be organized in several categories. We can look at the qualification assurance. Yes, it's easy for us to check the qualification for the job. If they're applying for the accounting job in the accountancy or accounting department, we check their qualification. But how do we really check their background in terms of security? Do they have really like bad record or bad history and so on? So these are things that we need to check, and that's also involved in the screening assurance also. And then after that, when we have hired the staff also, then what is the authorizing process to give them the access control for a new person work in different department, different access control. And when they leave the company, there are things that we need to do. Then we should give them security training, and also if they're working in areas that involve confidential data and so on, perhaps they need to sign the NDA, non-disclosure agreement. So these are some of the things that is related to personnel security. The activity security would involve the procedures, regulations, policy standards, and protocols that govern the interactions between all components of the information security system. Any weakness in the activity, the process of the information system can produce undesired events. And they can also compromise the security of the information system. And any corruption in those activities can definitely damage the information system in unpredictable ways. So the security concerns can also involve the software security concerns, data security concerns, and also networks. For software security, the concerns might be like we're afraid that the software will be stolen, theft, or it may be modified or deleted, and so on. And data can be modified, can be disclosed, which is an attack on the confidentiality. It will no longer be confidential. Or maybe the data may be deleted. The network security concerns is maybe it can be the basis of attack. Most attack can come from the network. Type of service, denial of service, and so on. And when we talk about this, the data security, one aspect in data security is on data classification. Yeah, data is protected based on the need for secrecy, sensitivity, or confidentiality. So it is not efficient to treat all data the same, when we design or implement a security system. Because if we secure everything at a low security level, it means that the sensitive data will be easily accessible, and everybody can access the sensitive data. So if we put it or secure everything at a high security level, it can be too expensive, and it restricts access to unclassified or non-critical data. So we don't need to put all data at high level security, security, because not all data is confidential or classified or very critical. And if we put them in high level security, that means we are restricting the access to this data, whereas this data may be only common data. So the data classification is used to determine how much effort, money, and resources are allocated to protect the data and to control access to it. Okay.
बैकग्राउंड देख लो कौन सा
Yes.
इंसान है
Sorry?
वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड
The virtual background, yes.
अरे यार बैकग्राउंड तो देखो बैकग्राउंड और फिल्टर्स वीडियो फिल्टर्स में जाओ
Okay, let me continue. So information classification, and not all information has the same value, and we need to evaluate it based on the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So the value will determine what is the protection level, and then the protection level will determine what is the procedure that we will need to handle the data. So it's used to provide security for the data at rest or data in storage, processing, and also in the transferring of the data. And it also addresses how the data is removed and destroyed. And this is what we call as declassification. Data declassification, which is often overlooked when we design a classification system. People classify data which is confidential, highly confidential, top secret, and so on. But after that, when the data is no longer needed, is no longer in use, they fail to declassify the data. So when you fail to declassify the asset includes the data as well. So you will waste security resources because you need more secure mechanism. Will mean higher cost, and you also degrade the value and protection of the higher sensitivity levels. So we can see that information security, sensitivity of the information can be divided whether it's a public information or confidential information. And in terms of confidential, it can be like internal use, proprietary information, highly confidential, or top secret. This is the classification by the ISO, International Organization of Standards. Next, let's look at physical security. If I ask you, and many people would think that when we talk about information security, it's only on the information part, software, data, network, and so on. However, we should also understand that to protect the information, we should also have a very strong physical security. Because not all threats are cyber threats. Information is one commodity that can be stolen without being taken. If you agree with me, meaning that people can steal the information, but the information is still there. But if people steal your mobile phone, for example, you will lose the mobile phone, right? The mobile phone will not be with you anymore. It has been stolen. But information security, information is something that you still have the information, but the information has already been stolen by a third party, for example. So this is also why it is also need to be taken care of. Yeah, and physical barring, yeah, having a physical defense is also the first line of defense, and it can be a deterrent, yeah, to prevent people from entering the building, entering the organization, and therefore taking or copying, for example, the information. So we can have preventive physical controls, yeah, to prevent unauthorized personnel from entering the computing facilities. Yeah, handling of trash also is part of physical controls. Yeah, our trash, the documents that we don't want to use, there is procedure how to handle that. This is part of also to protect our information. We don't want to have, like, because some attacks come from dumpster diving. Yeah, dumpster diving is a term used where people can go in through your trash, yeah, trash or garbage, and collect information about you. Yeah, and also it can also preventive information. Preventive physical control also can help to protect against natural disasters like flood, earthquake. So you need to have a proper building, for example, that can withstand the flood or the earthquake. Location also is also part of the preventive physical control. You don't want to build the factory, for example, or the computing facilities at a low, at a flood prone area, for example. Yeah, and there are also protection against fire, yeah, smoke, pollution as well. So these are why physical security is also important. Having a security guard, yeah, a security guard is also part of protecting your information. It's not only protecting the building or the people, but it's also protecting the information inside. So these are some of the examples that we can give. Backup files is also part of preventive physical controls. Yeah, we have a backup so that we can restore it. Batch system, double door system, biometric access controls, and backup power. That is also important when we have a power failure, right? For example, and of course, a fire extinguisher. Part of information security management is also to manage change or to control change, because changes in the secure environment can introduce loopholes, yeah, overlaps, missing objects, and oversights, and it can also lead to new vulnerabilities, yeah, in the system. So the only way to maintain security, if there is any changes, is to systematically manage the change. So this will involve the extensive planning, testing, logging, and so on. And we need to record, we need to implement it in a very controlled way. We need to verify, test it, make sure that it happened in a controlled way. Yeah? So the goal of change management is to make sure that any change does not lead to reduced or compromised security, meaning that any changes that we do will not compromise our security or reduce our security. And it is also should be possible to roll back any change to the previous secure state. So these are some of the goals and requirement. Yeah, we have to have it's always in a controlled manner and formalized testing. Users are informed, and all changes should be able to be reversed. That is also important. Yeah, and the negative impact is minimized. And one example is to have if you want to change to a new system, for example, yeah, to have a parallel run. Yeah, the old system and the new system, we run them in parallel to see whether the new system is behaving as it should be, or is behaving like the old system, or maybe better. So this is in terms of change management. Then when we talk about information security management, there is also the risk management. Yeah, to plan then how to manage the information security, to govern our information security, and later on to build the policy, the security policy. We need to do the risk analysis first, to manage the risk as well. So we need to identify, evaluate, and mitigate risk to an organization. And it is a continuous process. We need to know what we have, meaning that we need to have asset evaluation. Evaluate our asset. Asset can be hardware, can be data, and so on. For example, if we lose one computer, for example, how do we know what is the value that we have lost? The value of a computer can be easily, the hardware, we can easily identify what is the value. For example, it may be like $1,000, for example, right? But we also need to take into account the value of the information stored on that computer. That is more difficult to evaluate, right? How do you evaluate the value or the value of information that is stored on that stolen or lost computer? And what is the impact to the organization? That is how we value the assets, the information, which is, we can say, like intangible also. But how do we value it? It's based on what is the business impact. For example, if we lose that information, how long can your business survive? That is one way of measuring the asset value. Next, we also need to know to do threat analysis. Threat analysis. We also need to know what are the assets that we need to protect and what are the security controls that we already have in our organization. We already have the firewall. We may already have the intrusion detection system, IDS. We may have the antivirus, for example. And what are the things that we already have, the security controls, and whether it is really protecting our assets. These are also what we need to do the analysis. And we need to know what are the gaps. If they're not doing what they should do, what else should we, what are the gaps? What are they not doing, for example? This is the gap analysis. So why is it important to manage the risk? Because it is to protect the mission and asset of the organization. The risk must be, the risk management must be a management function. It's not a technical function. It must it must be the management, from the management part. So because we know that every organization has limited resources and risk can never be reduced to zero. We can never reduce risk to zero. Even if today we have managed to reduce our risk to zero, tomorrow there will be a new risk coming in. So that's why, because of this, we need to have a risk management as a part of the management function. So we need to understand the risk, and then we can prioritize the scarce resources, the limited resources. We can prioritize which one is more important that we need to protect, for example, and therefore we can have we can manage and mitigate the risk in an efficient and cost-effective manner. Okay, so these are some of the steps. I'm not going to go through detail of this. And how to evaluate the assets, as I have mentioned earlier, it is on the impact assessment, business impact assessments. And we can also consider the value to a competitor. If the information is lost to a competitor or stolen by a competitor, what is the value and what will be the effect to our organization? The cost of recovery, how do we have to recover it back, reconstruct it back, damage to other organization, and not to mention damage to reputation of the organization. That is also important. A reputation once lost can be quite difficult to regain. The brand awareness and also the customer loyalty. So when we mitigate risk, there are strategies. Either we can accept the risk. For example, earthquake. Earthquake, we can do nothing about earthquake. We cannot control earthquake, so we just have to accept the risk. For example, we can also manage other risks, like we can avoid or limit the risk, or last strategy is to transfer the risk by buying insurance, for example. Then after that, after we have managed the risk and so on, we can properly have policies, security policies for the organization, and it also need the senior management support and approval. So it is a general high level objectives of organization. It will define the acceptable behavior of use, the internet access, logging, information security, and so on. So this will be included in the security policies for the organization. The security program can be seen in terms of managerial security controls, the operational security controls, and also the technical security controls. And all this also we need to govern. The security governance is to manage the risk and so on. So the aim of a security governance is to establish stable security governance that addresses the threats to an organization's survivability and the profitability of that organization. So it requires the in terms of information security governance, it should not be confused with the security management. There are differences between management and governance. Management means security management is making the decisions, whereas the governance determine who is authorized to make that decision. Management will ensure that controls are implemented to mitigate the risk, whereas governance will specify the accountability framework that provides oversight to make sure that the risks are adequately mitigated. And the management recommends the security strategies. The governance will make sure that these security strategies are aligned with the business objectives and consistent with the regulation. Consistent with the regulations. So the governance areas protect the assets and the operations, the market share, also the conduct of the employees, the reputation of the organization. That is very important, and to make sure the compliance requirements are met. So governance is actually doing the right thing, and management is doing things right. Okay. These are the typical organizational chart. I think I will skip this one. Okay, so in the organizational chart, audit should be separate from the implementation to make sure that it is independent, and the responsibilities for the security should be defined in the job descriptions. And senior management has ultimate responsibility for security. So the governance structure can be centralized, can be decentralized, or it can be a combination of both, centralized as well as decentralized. So next, the last topic that I will talk about in terms of this, security culture. It is important to have a good security culture, or the mindset and mode of the operation, and it should be integrated into the day-to-day and decision making in the organization. If the organization lacks security culture, then it will lead to uncertainty, and perhaps it will also lead to security incidents. So that is why security culture is important. So we have to minimize the disconnect, empathy, silos, working in silos, and self-interest. Everybody has to work together as a team, for example. So we need to create the security training program periodically and consistent. So the key is that everybody must be on board. It involved everybody. Okay, and it all starts at the security management must be, the executive management must be interested in fostering a positive security culture, and they will be enforcing all this to every layer in the organization. However, the executive sometimes the executive management are more they're thinking about the profits, the business aspects of the organization. They feel that, okay, you, the technical people, the IT people, the IT security officer, you deal with this security culture thing and so on. But we know that, yeah, if it comes from the top management, then it will be more effective because actions speak louder than words. Yeah. So do what's right and get started now. Let's consider an organization that neglects IT security. The Chief Information Security Officer struggles to get a bigger budget and more resources. So everywhere there is a culture of resistance. When we ask them to, please protect, always lock your computer, always lock your desk, do not leave anything on the desk, people will feel that this is not important. Why should I bother? This is so bothersome. I'm just going to go to the toilet. Why should I lock everything up? I mean, things like that. People, this is real, right? In many organizations. So people will flout security. However, one day there is a public data breach occur. Suddenly reporters are everywhere, regulators and the law enforcement people are everywhere asking questions, customers are angry, the company is forced to throw buckets of cash at the incident and hiring consultants and paying for credit monitoring services and so on. And it can be like a nightmare. Yeah, but because of this disaster, something amazing happens. Yeah, following the disaster, suddenly everybody takes security seriously. Budgets and stuff grow overnight. People, I mean, the management now approve all the budgets and so on. Behavior that before this we do not see now become like a SOP, standard operating procedure. Resistance to security now change into support. So this is how security changes. Yeah, often how it changes, but it is also the most disruptive and painful transformation. So we don't want to have this kind of disaster to instill the security culture in the organization. So what we need to do is to have a proper plan, yeah, to foster security culture. So how can we do it? First, we focus on the security basics, yeah, the password, the access to the building and so on. And we need also to invest in employee awareness training, and it's not one-off, it's not only like an annual program, it has to be a continuous program, periodically conducted. And of course, yeah, the top leadership must support this, yeah, the organizational security. And these are also 5 ways to develop an IT security culture. Yeah, top of mind awareness. Awareness is important. And also from there we can have the education, and then the desire, the love, the desire to really protect the security of the assets in the organization. And perhaps we can also make it more interesting through gamification and have the feeling of togetherness to make it stronger. So in summary, yeah, effective management is a prerequisite for any organization to achieve success by generating the greatest business value possible in a cost-effective way. And security management practices involve balancing security process and proper management and oversight. And it is not the responsibility of the information security officer or the chief information security officer or the security manager only or the IT team only. The protection of the information or the asset of the organization is the responsibility of everybody, including from top, top management to the bottom, including even the janitor. The janitor also has to have some awareness about how to protect information security. That is very important, because I give you an example, although this is a summary, but just one little example. If the janitor does not really give a proper training or awareness about what they're doing, they might, when they're the office, for example, they might not use a proper method to clean. And we know some equipments, some equipments may need specific what do you call this method cleaning it, for example, or method of maintaining or protecting it. That's also another thing. And janitors also, for example, yeah, when they open the door, yeah, we have locks on doors, right, and so on. Sometimes because of their equipment, they need to bring in their tools and so on. They will open the door so that they can easily go in and out. And this is also we can see like loopholes in the security. So that is why even the janitor needs to understand about information security, but what they need to do is the scope, the scope within their scope of job. That is also important. So this is why I say the protection of information and assets is the responsibility of everybody in the organization. However, enforcing the protection of the information is the responsibility of top management. That is why, information security management is everybody's business. That is the title of my presentation. So with that, I thank you. That is the end of my presentation. Only that I just want to highlight that these are some of my research. My research is mainly in intrusion detection, access control, but the information security management is what I teach also, and I would also advocate this on this topic as well. I teach in the master class. So these are some of the topics in my research in detection, DOS, and so on. So thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Sakshi?
Hello. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful session. Hello.
Yes.
I now request Dr. Karan Singh to extend vote of thanks.
So yes, sir, you just give the word of thanks, sir.
Hello. I think there is some issue on my side.
BMK sir is there? BMK sir?
Prasad sir?
Yes, Dr. Saab.
Yes, sir. I now request Dr. BMK Prasad sir to extend vote of thanks to Dr. Noor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your fruitful lecture. That is very useful to the youngsters. So thank you very much for giving time, and they will deliver a very good, important paper for further use and for further development of the society. Thank you, madam.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me also here.
Thank you. Thank you
My
for giving
pleasure.
so much time. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir, shall we proceed for the presentations?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we proceed for the track 6, cybersecurity and cloud computing. And for this, we are honored to have with us today Dr. Nitish Pathak from KIET Group of Institutions and Dr. Gayatri Shakya, JSS Noida, as our session chair. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Okay, so with this, we begin with our first presentation of this session. Paper ID ICCCS 27. It will be presented by Aditya Kumar, and the topic is fake detection profiles. Aditya Kumar, Mr. Aditya?
Yes.
Paper ID 27. Okay.
Yes,
So please make him co-host.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Is it audible to all?
Yes, sir. So you can share your screen now.
Okay. So actually, ma'am, this is the first time, so I'm very little nervous. I have some network problem also.
That's okay, sir. We understand.
Okay, so my sir, this is my sir. Is it visible all of
It
you?
is visible. Just do it in the full screen mode.
Okay, just a second. Ma'am, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Also, it is to remind that you'll be given 15 minutes, so try to wind up within 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So my topic is web detection profile. So there are so many in the nowadays you all know that there are so many fake profiles that have been created by the person, male or female. Female are using male person, male person. So there are so many hackers or so many there are the purpose of security. So there are things in the social site. So in this we have to do. There is no any type of a specific tool that it can detect the social networking profile. So just I have doing these are the things. So how can we use using DFA? It means that using classifiers, using NLP. There are so many like AI ML. So there are so many things according to use by using so many algos. Like the very best way to differentiate it that using the classifier. So I will do this according to my project. This is my paper which I have been using classifiers. Using classifiers, just I take the data set and categorize how and how much there are so how many numbers in the fake profile detection fake profiles are been conducted in elaborating this year. So since fake profile detection profile, what is the problem? Since many versions perform lack of proper authentication mechanism, like attacker easily can attack profiles, then fake profile requests as the users in the procedure. So they are instead of using so without verifying they identify. There are in the last Facebook has announced at least 170 million fake profiles among 1 billion profiles. इससे पहले so there's the reason. And finally what is the second one is social bot problem. What is this? In this automated software tool able to simulate human behavior in automatic interaction on social media sites such as Facebook and Twitter. Social bots are designed to pass Turing tests in order to perform malicious activities such as creating fake profiles and sending fake requests, harvesting personal information, auto posting and sharing this. So now what are the questions are what is the novel way to create profile identity using OSM and what is the novel anti-bot mechanism what we have to do by protecting OSMs against the current generation of social bots. So now the data reduction framework, what is this? What are the strategies which we have, which I use? As we first split TSD and FSC, which is the data set from the table and page. So 17 to training to train data set, training data set, train the various classifiers, and then use classifier to state test data set. We then get the original classified results of Twitter and Facebook examples. In this, ma'am, sir, in this my paper, I use only Facebook and Twitter for getting the database from Twitter and Facebook. So that's the reason I am using only these terms, Facebook and Twitter. Now, finally, after picking the classifiers, the next step is to show the influence of Facebook spam post in Twitter spam request classification. The research combination of spam or requests in Twitter training effect. Then we use the newly trained classifier to take the remaining data set. It means that okay, what we have to do first, we have to take a Facebook data set, spam, and the Twitter. Then finally, we combine and to check the new phrases to be classified. See it is matching or not. The third step is that when we do the same process in the Facebook training data set, and then apply the new training process to verify the original data set. And finally, we combine the result of classification of web of two social networks. So how many other social networking, how many profiles are the fake or how many profiles are fake or not, according to the classifier. So these are the, this is we also use predictions like measure, evaluation. This is a false positive, true negative, false negative, and true positive. There are 4 relations. What is the true positive? Facebook users correctly identify their specific user. Sir, ma'am, can you explain in Hindi also? If it is possible. It's very easy to me. Hello, hello, sir, ma'am.
Hello. Yes. Yes.
Can you explain in Hindi also? So that it can be very comfortable.
I need to ask the session chair. Hello. Dr. Shakya.
Yes,
Dr.
yes,
Gayatri Shakya. Yes, ma'am.
yes. Actually, he's not audible. Actually, so I'm unable to hear him clearly. And whatever I can see on the screen, that is okay, and he can proceed further for the results.
Is it now audible to you?
Yeah, now it is audible.
Actually, this from my side there are so many network problem. Actually, I have so that's the reason.
Can you
So
pardon your question? What you were asking?
I'm asking that can I explain in Hindi also that it can very comfortable because I have do if you don't if you are allowed. So okay, can I explain it very neat and very
You
neat?
you explain it within 15 minutes, whatever you want.
Okay.
Anything, whatever you want, you can explain.
Please try to speak English as maximum as possible because some international delegates are also have joined this session. So I
Actually,
think they will not be able to understand our Hindi language.
no, sir.
But you can use little bit.
Actually, I am very attached with my this paper. So as a
I can understand your issue and you can explain very well.
so there are
But
sir,
some
can
international
I will
delegates are also there.
yes sir.
Resource persons are there. So definitely they will not be able to understand
Sir, I will
our Hindi.
sir. I want to explain yes sir. I want to explain English and Hindi both.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead,
Yes,
please.
Mr. Aditya, please continue.
Yeah. So the relation is sir in this there are four types relation. How many categories are there? Are four categories. There is true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative. इनमें मैंने चार चीज यूज करा है. फर्स्ट फेसबुक वो ट्रू पॉजिटिव कौन से होंगे द पर्सन हु इज ट्रू पॉजिटिव इज दैट फेसबुक यूजर्स करेक्टली आइडेंटिफाई जिन्होंने फेसबुक वाले ने जिन्होंने करा कि ये सही है ये इनकी प्रोफाइल सही है फर्स्ट वन इज देन सेकंड वन इज फॉल्स पॉजिटिव व्हाट इज दिस ट्विटर्स यूजर्स इनकरेक्टली आइडेंटिफाइड है फेसबुक यूजर जो ट्विटर ने करा ये सही नहीं है फेसबुक यूजर थर्ड वन इज ट्रू नेगेटिव Twitter users correctly identify as a Twitter users. And the last one is false negative. It is that Facebook users incorrectly identified as a Twitter users. तो ये चार हमारे थे. In general, in general, positive means identified and negative means rejected. So therefore, true positive means correctly identified and false. So this is the table of true and false. These are the spam and ham. So this is the actual spam report. So in this relationship of TNP and this. So next one is that our result. So these are the data set of description. So this is a data description profiles ego google plus and tutor ages fake profiles and so the friend patterns used to represent the identify of genuine and fake profiles in free data set. तो ये सारे हैं जो ये डेटा सेट ये निकल कर आया है कि इतने सारे प्रोफाइल फेसबुक के फेक हैं गूगल के हैं ट्विटर के ये सारी चीजें then we get then finally the ego what is this set represent yes sorry. So, sir, this is the method which I use DFA in this the identification machine for detecting fake profiles in Facebook dataset. What we have to do, so there is one user. See, there is one user of this C React technical statement. This is the so there are some known person, there are some unknown person. So what we have to do, what so मैंने क्या किया, how we identify there is one genuine profile or fake profile. So first of all, there is one two step that if a person is sending their friend request to more than 10%, okay. If it is how that it can be classified according to the DFA. So finally, we check if according to if all the 10% have a common friend in according to the first person or not. If is it okay, then all of we if it means that all of the 10 members has known to the first person who is giving the friend request to know. If is it okay, then it can be a genuine profile. If is it not, then the circle will be going to check whether the 10% is knowing to the person which is giving the friend request to all of them. अगर ऐसा नहीं है, अगर मीन्स कि वो पर्सन जो 10% को रिक्वेस्ट भेजते हैं उनमें से 10 उनको नहीं जानते हैं, इट मीन्स दैट इट मीन देन इट गो टू द साइकिल दैट इट द पर्सन इज नॉट जेन्युइन टू अमंग 10 पीपल. उनमें से 10 को वो नहीं जानते, इट मीन दैट उन 10% के लिए फ्रॉम द होम 10 पीपल द पर्सन इज सेंडिंग द रिक्वेस्ट इज नॉट अ वैलिड और इट मीन दैट इज नॉट अ जेन्युइन प्रोफाइल. सर ये अभी काम चल रहा है इसका मतलब इस पे तो कर रहे हैं. सो देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स व्हिच आई हैव टू डू इन द नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर. And so this is the same thing which is so this is the steps q1 q3 q1 q3 these are the processes. So this is the main person q sending the request to q1 also and q3 also. Then if we get the just acceptance like q1 to q3, q1 को request भेजा उसने accept कर लिया and q2 also accept the request of q3, that means that q3 and q0 is related to each other. It means that this is a genuine profile for among three approaches. It means सर अगर Q0 एक पर्सन है और उसने Q1 और Q2 का रिक्वेस्ट सेंड करा है और Q1 Q2 ने Q3 को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, Q3 से पहले से जुड़ा है, इट मीन दैट कि एट द टाइम ऑफ एज अकॉर्डिंग टू द Facebook data set, it is a person that is the profile is unique for among Q0 Q1 Q2. So this is by using data DFA. This is my evaluation. After in the next some days, I am using also. I am trying to do using NLP also to solve this fake profile detection according to the some database. So these are the ma'am practical research. These are the practical reports. Just a second. Ma'am, is it visible to all of you now? Interface. This is the tool which is used. That these are the spam and count. We count the results of the how many friend requests is are going to according to the number of bunches में कितने सारे count आ रहे हैं. Spam बहुत सारे requests आ रहे हैं spam. They are spam according to the DFA. So these are the results of a weak classifier, weak after classification. These are the results of this. Actually, this is so much blurry. जैसे कट पेस्ट करने पर वो चीज़ें सही से क्लियर नहीं आ रही है इमेज. So this is the ma'am tree which we how this is the first person. Sorry, not to give you the line. I'm actually after cutting because I think this is blurry सी आ रही है. So ma'am, these are the results after after taking the result at data set from Facebook, Google plus Twitter and AGD. These are the results ma'am. कितने सारे वापस कॉल, कितने सारे प्रिसिजन में, कितने रिकॉल्स में, कितने मेजर्स हुए हैं, कितने एक्यूरेसी है फाइनली. So we see that there are so many fake profiles which cannot be identified the normal ways. Is by using there are so many hackers are gaming so many persons which can be challenge the captcha also that and like authentication because when the Facebook and Twitter authentication tool is not working properly in the days because कोई भी अगर कोई भी आईडी किसी से भी कोई रिक्वेस्ट भेज देता है कुछ भी दे इफ ए पर्सन इज मेल और फीमेल और नॉट ये कुछ सही नहीं होता है वो किसी पे भी कोई भी नाम करके कर लेते हैं. So we have a we don't have a specific tool to measure the person is belonging to the criteria that is age, number, mobile number. These are the things which is valid or not. So these are not till ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हम एग्जैक्ट से करें. So but we can check with the person connectivity. अगर हम connectivity से देख के कोशिश करें तो we can be done. So in this there are so many. So these are these ma'am results. But till now, comparison results for the data of Facebook and Google. According to my results, that's for the ma'am for till work. ये सारे हैं फिलहाल के लिए. But I am doing the work in the future also. Because I'm using NLP to do this to solve the problem for the exercise. Any questions, sir?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aditya. Any questions?
Hello, Aditya. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this side Dr. Nitish Pathak is there. My question is this: whatever research you are going, this one is the part of unsupervised learning or supervised learning?
Sir, this is a part of till this is a part of supervised learning. Sir,
Okay. Have you heard about generative models or generative adversarial network so that we can identify which image is fake or which image is not fake? Any other idea related to generative model, generative adversarial network,
sir,
or any other approach through which Google can work to identify that particular mail is a spam mail or promotional mail or primary mail or social mail, or
sir,
any idea regarding the filtering or spam fighting?
just your yes sir very nice. Actually I am thinking about that कि ये सबसे first sorry that this is our first step is to check yes the mail is corrected or not. Yes sir बिल्कुल सही. First the person is going to the getting the account he or she have first the account is original or not. If he or she have account is original अगर original account ही नहीं होगा तो फाइनली सारे steps वो सारे वो fake ही होंगे. Sir I am thinking about that sir there is one so we can identify we have to make a data set. We have to check the data set, or maybe like अगर उससे generative करे तो sir we can use also sir just a second. मैंने सोचा था
Adit, sorry to interrupt you. I am talking about the generative models or generative adversarial network.
सर just now मैंने उतना भी सोचा नहीं है सर अभी वो सर ही डेटा सेट पर ही काम कर रहे थे कि दे आर टेकिंग द डेटा सेट कितने वो प्रोफाइल अभी होंगे. नाउ सर आफ्टर दिस वी विल आई विल डू टू द जेनेटिक मॉडल्स ऑफ क्या कर सकते हैं उसमें फ्यूचर के लिए.
Okay, 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 Adit. Best wishes from my side. Madam Gayatri, madam, Dr.
Yes,
Gayatri, ma'am,
yes,
is
sir. Aditya,
eh,
I just want to ask you one thing. Am I audible, Aditya?
Yes, yes.
Okay. From where you have taken your data? The data set is already available, or you have prepared your own data set?
Some data is available,
From
and
where?
yes, from like in I got this from Kaggle also.
Anji?
Kaggle,
Yes.
yes. There one site when it can be there are some raw data is present, and after I get personally I got this. There are so many fake profiles. I got in searching result, and there are I also take some. There are so many papers.
Okay.
अभी लोगों के पेपर से मैंने देखे हैं
Okay.
और ही हैव आल्सो अप्लाइड मोर देन 100 लोगों को मैंने देखा है किससे जज करा है एक्सपेरिमेंट चेक कर करके मैंने इसमें रखा
Okay. So, what is the efficiency you have calculated for your model?
है मैम टिल नाउ इट मे बी आई यूजिंग द डीएफए ये मोर देन 80% और
More than 80%. So, have you studied that whatever work has been done on that data, the efficiency of yours model is whatever you work you have performed, the efficiency is more than that?
यस मैम
Huh.
एक्चुअली मैम अकॉर्डिंग टू डीएफए अगर मैंने सॉरी by using DFA, it's totally run. It totally काम कर रहा है मैम. I'm taking the 20 papers and if I sending the request 10%, so it will work as a DFA. तो मैं अब
I
तक
think
मैम बिल्कुल सही काम कर रहा है. But till now,
as I think you have used SBM.
yes ma'am.
Huh?
Yes.
So, have you tried another models also for the calculation
For
for
ma'am,
efficient?
till now I use yes ma'am. Use classifier, use just run forest also. So actually ma'am, this is the running project. I have
Okay.
used lots of work in the PhD also. I'm doing.
Okay. All the best, Aditya. Very good.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya.
Can you leave?
Yes, yes. Okay, we next have paper ID ICCCS 24 Suchit Kumar Gupta, and it is titled as Authentication.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Suchit,
Yes, ma'am.
so you can share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please try to wind up within 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Suchit Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor TQ3 in ITD College of Technology, Pantnagar. Today, I am going to present my research paper on hash algorithm for image authentication. And these are the outlines of my slides, and which basically containing introduction, background study, literature survey, image authentication, hash-based algorithm, and conclusion, future direction of the paper to generated from the digitization reports. And basically, image authentication is parted in two parts: strict image authentication and selective image authentication. In strict image authentication, the property of the image is preserved, and the changes that has been made is unacceptable in strict image authentication. While in case of selective image authentication, some properties, some attributes of the image like color and other attributes may be changed, but overall the property of the image is preserved. And this is also again further classified in conventional cryptography and the fragile buttermarking. And the selective image authentication is divided into semi-fragile buttermarking. In conventional cryptography, we use the hash algorithm and the other cryptographical algorithms for the image authentication. While in case of fragile buttermarking, this buttermarking technique is basically preserve the all the attributes of the image. While in case of selective image authentication, in semi-fragile buttermarking, the compression of the file may take place, and the other property may change. So in the background study, in the initial era of image authentication, basically the cryptographic techniques are used for the image authentication to compute a message authentication like MAC from image using a hash function. And this property of the hash function is used in my algorithm. Basically, the property of the hash function, that is the one-way function, the one-way function of the one-way property of the hash function is used to preserve the security, or we can say to authenticate the image basically. So techniques that are based on the hash computing image lines and columns are known as column line hash function. These are the basically some techniques which can be used for the image authentication, and the localization can be achieved by identifying lines and columns for which the hashes are different. So if suppose that we want to localize, we want to find the pixel value for which the image has been changed, this can be done through some line and column for which the hashes are different. So there are some literature survey from where I have gone through in the line and column hashes, block hashes, and the checksum, and the predefined logo or color component, and DCT. In my proposed image authentication using hash-based algorithm, this basically depicts the image authentication in which the first algorithm contains generation of hash code for an image pixels, and the second algorithm is to get the original corresponding image pixel value from the resultant of hash code generation. And in this picture, as you, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah, in this block diagram of hash code generation algorithm, first I have taken, suppose that if I have taken this gray scale image, and this is having some selective size, and after the converting this size into the 255 plus 255 pixel value, and suppose that if I am calculating for the first pixel, so I am calculating the 4 li bits of this, and then there is a method to calculate for li bits, and after that we concatenate the mi and li. Mi is basically the MSB bits, the 4 MSB bits, and the li are the least LSB of least 4 LSB. And after that we concatenate mi and li, and we do the XOR operation over it, and XOR operation with the secret key. This secret key is random generated secret key, and this secret key is generated of the same size of the pixel value. Pixel value is basically the 8-bit values. Okay, so then we perform the XOR operation. This is gone under through some another level of conversion, or we can say some kind of permutation. Okay, and this pixel is basically this converted pixel, and when this is sent at the sender, when it is sent to the receiver side, and this protected image is verified. So this is the proposed algorithm. Whatever the figure is showing, take a grayscale image I of size r cross c such that r and c as input, and convert the size of grayscale image I into a fixed size. Suppose that I have chosen the r and c as 255. So we will calculate for the 1 to 255. So 1 to r, that is 1 to 255, and 1 to c, that is 1 to 255, and represent the ith pixel p of image I in 8-bit binary format. So basically the pixel of an image is basically having some decimal values. Okay, and because the size of the image is 255, so this can be represented by 8-bit. Okay, so this 8-bit binary format is basically the conversion of each pixel value. And when I calculated for I to r, that is 1 to all the pixels that are 255. So calculate li vi plus vi plus 4. This is the vi is the LSB of grayscale images pixel, and li represent the changed LSB of grayscale images. So vi is the original bits, LSB bits of grayscale image, and vi plus bi plus 4 is the basically the bit after the 4th position. That means if I am calculating for the first bit L1, then B1 plus B1, where BI is LSB of grayscale images and LI represent the changed LSB of grayscale. In the second step, as I have told, that concatenate MI and LI. So how am I concatenating MI and LI? And this will be shown in the following some examples through some data sets which I have taken. And here concatenate MI followed by LI, where MI represents the first 4 bits of image I, example MI concatenation with LI, and generate secret random matrix SRM of grayscale code images size using private key KP. So here, this SRM is basically some random matrix which is being used as the secret private key. And now I am performing the XOR operation of this SRM and the MI and LI. So the resultant pixel value will be SRM XOR MI concatenation with L. Now this generate in the verification, this is the block diagram of the verification of the image. Means the second algorithm is basically the verification of the image. So whatever the pixel value I have taken, I have calculated, this will be verified through the reverse process of the XOR operation. So here, this secret key KP, this is the same which I have used in the generation of the secret random matrix SRM. So this is again the pixel value P is XOR with secret random. So this will resultant into MI XOR LI. How? Because I am again this is the original this is the converted pixel value which I have calculated. Now again, if I suppose that if I am doing the XOR operation with this SRM, so SRM and SRM will be nullified, as we know the property of the XOR operation, that if we do the even number of times XOR operation, the resultant will be 0. So this will be nullified, and we will get the MI concatenation with LI. Okay, so this LI is the change bit. So how we can get the original bits? This is the reverse process of this BI. BI is basically LI XOR with BI plus 4. So we will get the original bits value. Okay, so in this is the converted pixel value, and we are doing the XOR operation with the secret random matrix that is used as the secret key, and we are getting of 4 BI bits from LI, that is done with the help of BI equal to LI XOR BI plus 4.
Sir, try to conclude within 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm doing. And so now to get the original image pixel value, concatenate the MI followed by BI. So this is our original pixel value BI MI concatenation with BI. So compare concatenated value MI BI with the resized image pixel value. If result is true, then image is authenticated, otherwise it is tampered. So then I have taken some pixel value, like suppose that 10110101. So when we go through with this algorithm, this works finely with this algorithm. Okay, first I have calculated the LI for I equal to 1 to 4, L1, L2, L3, L4. These are our least significant bit from left to right. Sorry, from right to left. Then concatenate MI and LI. And the resultant bits will be like as it is, and let the secret random matrix, this is the some random number that is generated, that will be used as KP. And when we perform the XOR of the SRM, this is the final calculated generated pixel value. And verification of the hash algorithm, then we perform the same operation as I have mentioned in the algorithm, then we will get the original image pixel value. So we can say the algorithm is working finely. And when we have implement this algorithm with MATLAB, this result has been shown the same. Okay. So conclusion is that the algorithm is able to obtain tamper detection without any further computational overhead. And we can say this is the strict image authentication, which is not changing the pixel value at the end of the algorithm process, and it can be justified by the robustness by design and security by design it provides. And this is the future direction of work which can be used for the further research. Future direction of work will lead to pro into similar hash-based techniques that are being investigated worldwide. And there are the various kind of paper has been published on this, and I have taken the GR Manjula and Ajit Danti, a novel hash-based least significant bit, where where they have calculated 233 image steganography in a special domain, where they have used they have processed the pixel. They have pixel bits. For the first 2 bits, they have used different mathematics, and for the remaining 3 bits, they have used some different techniques. And but this is making some complexity basically, because if we process uh, for each and every pixel, so this will be very complex in terms of mathematics and for the processing point of view also, and it will be very time taking. So that's why I have taken I have developed some algorithm which can reduce the complexity. At the same time, this can also reduce the processing time of the algorithm also for the image authentication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, questions? Dr. Nitish Pathak and Dr. Gayatri Shakya, ma'am, questions?
Okay, you have talked about the complexity of the algorithm. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
have you calculated the time and space complexity of your algorithm which you have developed?
Yes, ma'am. I have just analyzed the time which my algorithm is taking
So what is the order of
when I.
what is the order? See, that order will decide how efficient your algorithm is. What is the order of efficiency of your this algorithm? What is the complexity of your algorithm? Anything you can tell. Have you compared it with other existing algorithm?
Yes, ma'am. But in terms of just time it is taking to execute, but I did not specify specifically. I did not compute any complexity. That means it is order of n square n cube. But this can be done in the further work.
Okay, so how can you justify that your this algorithm is better than other algorithms in terms of what? What are the various parameters on which you are concluding that your algorithm is better than others existing
Complex
algorithms?
uh, computational complexity, ma'am, means
So what is that complete computational complexity? How you have calculated it for your algorithm?
means it is means it is easy to compute. Means ये easily compute हो जा रहा है, बस यही था.
Okay. So I think that you can include in your future
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
Okay, it is my suggestion that you can what you can do, whatever algorithm you have developed, you can exist from the existing algorithm. You can compute the space and time complexity. Whenever you are writing any algorithm, then there it will be taking there means there are two parameters on which you can say that your algorithm is better. Okay, that is space and time complexity. So you can go for it and you can write one further work you can do on that you can compare the complexity of the existing algorithms with your own developed algorithm. Okay, and you can say that it is better in terms of this. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, dear Suchit. One question is from my side. Uh, what is the role of least significant bit? Can you hear me? Least significant bit in your proposed algorithm.
Yeah. Yes. Sir, actually, this is just the permutation basically. If I am changing the least significant bit of an image, then it is not modifying at a time, but in the later on when I recover my pixel value, it is changed to the original one. So I am just manipulating the LSB for some time of instant, but at the some time later when I recover my LSB, it is same as it is the previous one. So the role of the LSB is just at a particular instance of time. If I change my LSB, then it is not altering my image perfectly, but later on we can say that the image has been changed if I calculate for the least significant bits.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other query or question from audience side? If any, they can ask.
Hello.
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 Yes, sir.
Sachin Gupta ji. So how
Yes, sir.
level for image security?
Sorry, sir.
how it is suitable for image security?
Sir, this is if some pixel value has been tampered or some changes has been made in the original image, then it can easily identify that for the particular pixel, the image has been distorted or changed. So this is for the image forensic purpose. This algorithm can be suitably used.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you,
Oh,
sir, for and thank you ICCS team for organizing such wonderful conference and providing me opportunity
thank you.
to
Thank
present
you,
my
Mr.
paper. Thank
Suchit.
you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
We next have paper ID ICCCS32. It will be presented by Mr. Pramod Vishwakarma, and the title is Searchable Encryption.
Yes, kindly make me the
Yes.
presenter
I
so
request
that I
Dr. Karan Singh to make Mr. Pramod Vishwakarma as co-host.
Yeah, done.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I have shared my screen. Let me know whether it is visible or not.
It is visible.
Okay, thank you. So good
So
evening,
please, sorry to interrupt.
everyone.
Please do it in the full screen mode, the
Yeah,
slideshow mode.
fine. So I have done it. Now is it visible? May I
Yes,
proceed?
proceed. Yes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Pramod Vishwakarma, Assistant Professor in AITCSC, Chandigarh University. So my paper title is Searchable Encryption. So in this, I will be covering the background of the searchable encryption, what is the privacy of user-sensitive data, then the difficulties that are caused by encryption. Then the third one, this is my, the third one, let me change the pen. Yeah, the birth of the searchable encryption, the whole discussion will be based on this. And what is searchable encryption, then what are the various branches of the searchable encryption, then mode of the searchable model of searchable encryption will be discussed, then what are the searchable scheme, then public encryption, and then PKs, application, and references. These all will be covered. So first, so the privacy of user sensitive data, how it is important. Nowadays, people are discussing about that their data should be secured because people are migrating their data from own laptop to the cloud. So main concern, they are just migrating towards the cloud. So how secure their data is, this is the main concern. And in these times, there was much discussion on WhatsApp and all that I cannot trust the third party. Uh, so how secure my data is? So the most common way of achieving privacy is to encrypt the data before outsourcing to the remote server. I'm going to outsource my data, the tendency from moving towards cloud. So one way I will encrypt my data, and the person who are authorized having the key can be able to read that message. But what problem are created by encrypting my data? So this approach provides end-to-end data privacy as soon as the data leaves the user's possession. So what are the difficulties that are caused by encrypting the data? So search functions on the encrypted data. So search functionality is the first one that is hampered by encrypting the data. Anything that is very easy to search in the plain text, and now it become very difficult searching the encrypted data. So think for a situation, we are considering a search function on a plain text. So what it will be done? So this is scenario. I would like to explain it with this small graphics. So User enter the query, this query keyword to the server, and then the user get the search result. This is in the case of the plain text, right? And this is not secure. Your data is known to the server that is, I can say, semi trusted. So how you are trusting the server of Facebook, WhatsApp, or any third-party cloud providing servers? So both the knowledge of the content is stored on the server and the query keyword on which keyword you are searching, that is exposed to the semi-trusted. I have used semi-trusted, but they are not trusted at all. But to be very in the middle, that it can be trusted by the policy only. So this was the birth of the searchable encryption. So what is encryption? Encryption is a positive way to protect the privacy of user data, but at the same time, it disrupts the search functionality. So what is the solution for that? A trivial way, a very less important way to search is to download all the ciphertext from the server, then decrypt them, and then search on the plain text. However, this is impractical. This approach is not practical. It's not possible that every time you are downloading, decrypting, and searching. So this is the major, the drawback of encrypting your text. So consequently, as a result, the method that provide data confidentiality and preserve the search functionality. The main purpose, the data confidentiality should be, preserved by encrypting, and as well as it should not also hamper the search functionality at the same time. So needed, as this is an open problem. So this was, the birth of the searchable encryption. Searchable encryption for this problem has been proposed. Okay, by encrypting the data confidentiality was, preserved, but functionality was hampered. To come out from this problem, this searchable encryption scheme is proposed. So let's quickly discuss what is searchable encryption. Searchable encryption is a positive way to protect user sensitive data, means to maintain, preserve the privacy, as well as preserve the search functionality. So both things are present on the server side. Server side, that is, semi-trusted. So searchable encryption allow the server to search encrypted data. Here point I would like to emphasize, and I have also underlined, searching encrypted data. I'm not downloading it from the server, but this is the scheme that provides this functionality. It allow the server to search the encrypted data without leaking the information in the plain text. So it is not only an encryption scheme, but also support keyword search on encrypted data, that everything that is searched based on the keyword. Both I will show you in the model how it is the keyword along with the data is encrypted. Then it is outsourced to the semi-trusted server such as cloud. In searchable scheme, a user can outsource a collection of encrypted data to the server while maintaining the ability to search. So branches of the searchable encryption. There are two main branches of searchable encryption. These are searchable symmetric encryption, and the second one, public key encryption with keyword search. So in searchable symmetric encryption, it allows only the private key holder to produce the ciphertext and to create trapdoor for search. Here I would like to explain the trapdoor. What are the trapdoor? Trapdoor is, by the trapdoor, authorized user can create just a minute. Authorized user can create a query to the server. So this is in the SC terminology known as the trapdoor. whereas public key encryption enable a number of users who know the public key. That's why it's a private key. That's why it is known as the symmetric. The key that is used to encrypt, the same key is used for decrypt also. Whereas in public key encryption, the users know the public key to produce the ciphertext, but allow only the private key holder to create the trapdoor, means to create the query to the server. So model of the searchable encryption. A searchable encryption scheme include three parties. The first party is the data owner. Suppose data owner is one. Suppose that I want to outsource my data to the cloud. So this is me who is the data owner and want to outsource the data to cloud. Then the semi-trusted server. Semi-trusted server, the third party server that you cannot fully trust. This is the third party server. We cannot absolutely trust those server, although they promise that your data is secure, but we cannot trust. So what we will do, we will encrypt and then outsource. Then there is a collection of users who are authorized. The third in this model is the users who are authorized to search the data. So there are three parties: the owner, the data owner, the semi-trusted server, and the collection of users, and those users are authorized. So security requirement in searchable encryption, there are two security items that should be.
Sir, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, fine. That should be taken care. That is a search pattern and exit pattern should be taken care. And this is the model. In this, there is a user who have document, and then document is encrypted, and there is some index of the keyword that is provided. Now it is uploaded to the server. Now the same key are used by both the data owner, and these are the authorized user that are supposed to perform query operation. They will create generate query by using the trapdoor, and the result will be returned back to. And here on the server, nothing is known to that semi-trusted server. So this is the the symmetric searchable symmetric encryption. Barrier schemes are proposed in searchable symmetric encryption is single keyword search that was provided by Swang et al. In the research paper that is referred as to. They provided the first SSC scheme. Then there is fuzzy keyword search. Lee et al. That constructed the fuzzy keyword. Suppose that I'm searching something, campus, and there is another campus. This is typo, but this will, there will be the mechanism that both are representing the same. So fuzzy kind of, some results should be provided. Then there are consecutive keyword search had been proposed by Goel et al. And then ranked and verifiable keyword search scheme are provided by Swaminathan and Zair et al. These all I have done, the survey in which the 4 scheme of SSC are proposed. Then there is PEKS, public encryption. Similarly, here the only difference is that the key is different for encrypting and decrypting. The rest are the same as the previous model. Then here also 4 algorithm that I have found in my survey, that is single keyword search, consecutive, and then fuzzy, and then verifiable. Searchable scheme, this is multidisciplinary field. This can be used in information retrieval, it can be used in algorithm and in cryptography as well. So what are the various application of SC? There are various application. It can be used in encrypted image, encrypted medical data, or encrypted audit log, or smart grid and IoT collected data, and encrypted genomic data, and secure biometric authentication and secure databases. So these are the references I have used in my this talk. Thank you very much. So if you have any doubt, any question, you may ask.
Hello, Pramod sir. There is a
Yes.
question. There is a question from my side. This
Okay.
side, Dr. Nitish Pathak is speaking.
Hello, sir.
During the presentation, I observed that you were discussing about fuzzy keyword search.
Right, right,
And your example given was campus, CAMPUS, and another was CAMPUS.
right,
No, that was the thing. So now, what is the solution of such types of problems? Because these things comes under the category of lexical ambiguity or referential ambiguity, we can say. So how we can solve all these issues related to
right,
lexical ambiguities, syntactical, yeah, grammar related ambiguities,
right.
referential ambiguities.
Yeah,
Sometimes one input can mean different meaning. Sometimes many inputs can mean the same thing. So now, what is the solution according to your proposal, according to your research contribution?
right, sir. So as this is, this question is very good and purely related to that. But in that, what we can do, sir, that suppose the result in single keyword search is either yes or no. Suppose some user by mistake, knowingly or unknowingly, type incorrect, it is campus or campus. So in fuzzy algorithm, the result will be, vary from, sorry, just let me take the pen. The result will, will vary from 0 to 1. Between that, some, for example, 9.2 or 8.2, this kind of result will come, and it will correlate, and we will say, okay, fine, there are some minor error or bias, and we can consider it towards, 1, and correlation can also be applied in that. I hope I answered your question, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pramod.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. This was a very wonderful opportunity for all those who are from, remote location, and especially in this pandemic. So thank you very much, organizers.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We next have paper ID ICCCS 19. It will be presented by Mr. Kailash Nath Yadav, and the title is IoT-based passenger counting system for public transport. Mr. Kailash Nath.
Hello, good evening, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
actually the co-author of the paper. My name is Yavnika.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So you are going to present?
Yeah, well, he's supposed to share the screen, and
Okay, okay.
I'm
So
going to be presenting.
I request Dr. Karan Singh to make Mr. Kailash Nath Yadav and Yavnika as co-host.
Hello, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Oh, I'm sorry for the delay.
Okay, you can share your screen now.
Yes.
Hi, okay. Shall I begin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, good evening to everybody, and thank you for the opportunity of us presenting our paper after we missed our slot. And this is the paper ICCCS 19, which is titled IoT-based passenger counting system. And we have used OpenCV, hence I mentioned it. The authors are Kailash Nath Yadav, Sudhanshu Nautiyal, who could not be present, unfortunately, and myself, Yavnika. So the introduction to the project is a basic of the demands for urban mobility today, and everything about public transport system, not only in India but outside too, in a few countries, is very complex. People have a very negative image of public vehicles all around, and our aim was to diminish that negative image bit by bit, hence making traveling easier and not a burden on the brains of people. The reason that they have such a negative image is that they're complex and very difficult. There are bus systems, train systems. They do work on time, but it's always overly crowded, too many people around, and so congested. Hence, there is a need for even the authorities to have a counting system so that they can manage out the number of people getting on, off, the area space inside the vehicles, and even public spaces. But the current passenger counting methodologies are not really good in the terms of accuracy, in the term of ease of deployment, or even cost effectiveness, because they tend to be expensive and then they can be very costly to maintain and to repair if some damage is done to them. Moving on to the next slide. So there has been related work, of course, in this field. It has been done quite before. The first thing that came to the authorities' minds was probably human assistance, but that was too tedious, a very time-consuming, very inaccurate job, because ultimately humans can make mistakes. The next thing was pressure sensors, which could be placed on the doorways of public places or even public vehicles. And those were also pretty inaccurate because there can be multiple steps. There could be stopping of a person. The pressure sensor could judge wrong due to a slight pressure or slight more pressure. And then there was imaging based counting systems, which were inaccurate, of course, which were a little complex to do because they used to take time. You had to collect data first. The images would be sent to a server, stored over there. Then the people would be counted. And it also invaded people's privacy. So it was also not a very suitable choice. The next thing that is going on right now is Internet of Things. It is the future and it is under construction, all of it right now. And this is what we've worked upon. So let's move ahead. Now comes the problem statement, what we've actually tried to solve. Three questions: how to provide a better transportation system? Well, that is not currently our job, but for the ongoing transportation systems, we could definitely provide a way for the authorities, for the people managing them, to make their jobs a little easier by helping them count people. And also for the people who use them to be a little more clearer in their senses. The next question: how to develop a simpler network out of the mess of public infrastructure? Wherever we go, there's too much congestion. Hence, this can be a way to solve it. This can be a step in the method of solving it. The next thing: how to digitize without invading the privacy and inflicting damage upon the public. The image storing method was a very invasive issue of privacy for the public genre, and that's why it was not used for long. And inflicting damage as in public spaces, accidents can always occur, and then maintenance would be too costly, too tedious. Hence, this can again be a step in the solution to it. So what our solution to it is real-time passenger counting system using IoT. Internet of Things is faster, cheaper, better in all its senses, and we've applied that approach to it. Our approach to it is also visual, but it involves no recording or storage of data anywhere. It occurs in real time. Also, not like in the case of pressure sensors, there is no missing out of any person or extra counting because we have counted both the directions, inside or outside, out or in of any public place or for any vehicle. It's a bi-directional visual based counting system. We've used difference algorithm here. There are multiple algorithms to use here for the differentiation of humans or figures going in or out from the background or foreground. But the best one here that we liked was difference algorithm because it can be pretty accurate for the whole system here. The next point is it is fully automatic. There is no human assistance needed at all. It is low latency provided, which means there will be real time counting and it won't take a lot of time to count. It'll be instantaneous almost. It's also inexpensive, uses only the basic things. It is not very costly to put up, not very costly to maintain. It uses a power supply, so there's no battery issues, nothing at all like that. So moving on. This is the flowchart of how can the system be arranged and how it's going to be used. So first of all, there is going to be a data logger installed in each. I've taken the example of a bus here. So install a data logger in each bus, upload real-time data to the server, and hence there will be no storage of data anywhere at all. Then we fetch the data from the server, which is inside the system only. There is no storage. There is temporary storage. There will be no data collected for later use or anything. We fetch the data from the server through the mobile application. This is for the user end, and we can just find out which track is going where, which route is going where, what bus to take, how many people are in there, are there any seats vacant, is it going to be congested on the route ahead, anything like that. Then the access, sorry, the previous slide, please. Yeah. Access the database at the central location, hence the transport department. This is for the authorities to always monitor the system that is going on. Provide continuous assistance during the journey. That means in the application or website or whatever the user might want to use, depends upon the authorities what they want to provide. They can have a continuous assistance all the time, that are there going to be more people getting on, are there going to be any route changes, anything, alerts, notifications regarding that. And the last step would be make current and future decisions on the basis of data that has been acquired. The user can easily choose what route to take, what time to get on. Should he or she make another choice of traveling, or is public transport good enough for him that day? Moving on, this is the actual flowchart of how things are going to take place in the system, how the detection, the counting of people is going to take place. So this is the difference algorithm. How it works is the previous frame data and the current frame data will actually be compared. There will be a frames differencing, as you can see in the second step here. The frames differencing will actually be just making out if there is any kind of movement that has been done in the frames from the previous data or the next data, the current one. Then there will be a threshold. The threshold is only to provide the increase or decrease in the count. If there is a motion, then the background will be eliminated for the person to be getting counted, the count to increase or decrease however much. Then wait until t seconds, and again another frame will be compared with the previous frame, and hence the loop goes on. So the next slide, please.
Ma'am, I request you to conclude, like you have 5 minutes left only.
All right, yeah, I'll just hurry up. So the components used in our system would be, in the hardware side, we have an LCD screen so that people could see, or the bus driver, as in this case, could see who's getting on, getting off, is there anything mishappening over there. And the previous slide, please, Kailash. Yeah. Um, then there is a Raspberry Pi, which has been used for all the calculations to be done, and a camera module, which captures all the frames that have to be compared. For software, we've used Python, in which we've used specifically OpenCV for all the calculations to be done. Now we could move on. Yeah, this is the process. We actually experimented on one of our own organization buses, and there was a system which had all the data being computed in the microcontroller board, as you can see on the top left corner. That is the thing that has been used for calculations. It sends the data from the bus's camera module. The camera module also displays it on the screen while also sending the data to the microcontroller, which sends it to the server, which is the laptop shown here. This server can be connected to a website or an application for the user end, and is also used as the authoritative end where the monitoring can be done. Next slide, please. And hence the results, the success rate of all the algorithms is pretty low. This is why we chose difference algorithm. It's a pretty clear cut. So our success rate for our system was over 80%, which is more than any other existing system. Also, our system has nominal cost. It uses the bare minimum objects, as you've already seen, and it is really easily implementable. Any buses or trains or vehicles or public places could easily be put up with the systems anywhere out of reach of the general public, so that no damage is done. No human support is needed apart from the first installation of the system. It proves to make the public transport systems easier to use and to manage, user end also and the monitoring end also. So the conclusion here is that our approach is faster, it is cheaper, of course, because it uses very minimal things, and it is more accurate than any other system, as I've said, over 80%. And it can be implemented to any vehicle or place which is for public use, which needs to be monitored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Yavnika. Any questions?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have used the Raspberry Pi. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have used the Raspberry Pi. Okay, so the algorithm you have implemented in Raspberry Pi. Am I right? So how you are you want to transfer it on cloud also through Raspberry Pi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the mechanism you are using for that in your project?
Ma'am, we are using the Google API.
Google API.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is there any other option like you are using the Raspberry Pi, so that will be taking more power? है ना?
यस मैम मैम
So
उसके
can
अलावा
you
हम
use? Yeah.
ESP 8266 भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं बेसिकली वो
Yeah,
भी
ESP
IoT के लिए यूज़
8266 also you can use
यस
either
मैम
or
बट
also.
प्रोसेसिंग स्पीड रास्पबेरी पाई में एज रास्पबेरी पाई 4 में 4 GB ऑलरेडी रैम दे रहा है तो मैं वो फास्टर हो जाता थोड़ा सा
And you can use the node MCU also so that you can directly put your data on the cloud.
यस मैम
Okay, so your project is good, approach is good. So I wish you all the best.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, with this, we end with our session. And I would like to thank Dr. Nitish Pathak and Dr. Gayatri Shakya for their valuable time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम
Thank
Since
you. Thank
our
you.
next keynote speaker, Dr. Mehmet, has already joined us, we'll begin with our keynote speech just after 2 minutes break.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Dr. Nitish and Gayatri is there?
Sir, they have left, I guess.
Okay.
Dr. Nitish is here, sir.
Yes, sir. I am there.
Okay, okay. So thank you very much for joining the sessions. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So nice of you, sir. Thank you very much for providing the opportunity.
I
Thank you, sir.
the author will do their work according.
Now I can leave.
It is your choice. If you want to listen to Professor Karata, then you can. Otherwise, your job is done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Professor BM K Prasad, sir.
Yes, yes, Dr. Saab.
Yeah,
Good evening.
Professor Karata is there.
So now he has joined.
Yeah, already he
हाँ,
I think
मैं
before.
फोन कर रहा था इनको.
Hello, Professor Karata.
हाँ.
Hi, how are you all?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Saab. Hello, good evening.
Hi. It's afternoon here. It is 1:51 p.m. How have you been?
I was giving a call to you right now.
Okay, no,
To confirm whether you have joined.
I'm online.
So after a very long gap,
Yeah.
now we have assembled online.
Yes. Now this is
Dr. Saab is here. Dr. Karan Singh, Professor Lovial, sir, and many other people have already joined and listened to you.
Yeah. That,
So how do you do,
try
sir?
to. Oh, we're doing great. We're doing
Okay.
great. So we have been in. We have stayed in Kuwait during the pandemic.
Okay. Nice to talk to you right now.
Thank you. And it's I've been receiving messages from you every once in a while, and
Yeah.
we
In the
keep in touch.
morning, I send you the message so that you can remember. You have to join the program
I know,
as a
no,
keynote speaker.
no. We will not forget. We will not forget.
Otherwise, you have already sent the schedule and with the topic.
Yeah.
So that has already been shared with the Doc Sahab and some other persons, those who are conducting the program.
Yes.
So Sakshi, can we start?
Sure, sir.
Sure. I'm now at this end. My system is hanging. Just bear with me for a short while. Hopefully, it will start. I'm unable to share my screen. I hope I don't have to leave and come back again.
Okay. No issue, sir.
It just says, wait, I have had this problem before.
Maybe start, sir. There no issue.
Karan sir, I guess when you'll stop sharing the screen, then he can share.
Okay. It may be. Just 1 minute. Okay. Now try, sir.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to close the application and join again. My system is hanging. Just bear with me for a minute.
और नीतीश कैसे हैं? तब तक हम ही बात कर लेते हैं.
सब बढ़िया है सर.
बहुत अच्छा रहा डॉक्टर साहब.
हाँ.
हमारे डॉक्टर साहब हैं नीतीश पाठक साहब. तो अच्छा है, इस तरह से प्रोग्राम होता है तो आप सब लोगों से भी
नेटवर्किंग हो जाती है सर, मिलना हो जाता है,
मिलने का मौका मिल जाता है. चाहे वर्कशॉप हो, कॉन्फ्रेंसेज हो या और कोई स्कूल वगैरह का प्रोग्राम हो जाता है तो. और खासकर ये लॉकडाउन पीरियड में ऑनलाइन का जो सिस्टम चला तो थोड़ा सा इससे भी हुआ कि चलो कम से कम लोग.
It seems I cannot share the screen.
Okay, yes, please, sir.
Now you try, sir.
Try it again.
Yeah, again.
Now it seems I can.
Yeah.
Are you able to see the shared screen?
So Sakshi, you can start.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Okay, nice.
Welcome back, everyone. We are honored to have with us today Professor Mehmet Hakan Karata from Kuwait University. He'll be giving a keynote speech on safe and reliable broadcast in distributed systems. Before we begin, I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr. Mehmet. Dr. Karata received his PhD degree in computer science in 1995 from the University of Iowa. He joined Wilkett University Ankara, Turkey, as an assistant professor in 1995. Currently, he is working as a professor in the Department of Computer Engineering, Kuwait University. His research interests include mobile computing, distributed computing, fault-tolerant and autonomous computing. Welcome, sir. I request you to proceed for your session.
Yes, thank you. I would like to just give a brief introduction to this work. The work that I'm going to present has already been accepted and is to appear in IEEE transactions on dependable and secure computing. And this is this work is based on one of my thesis students, Zahra. And this presentation will give you a simplified view of what the algorithm does so that we all understand the mechanisms behind propagation safety and reliability. Here's an outline of what is next to come. I will first introduce, give some introductory discussions, and then define the problem and motivate the problem. And I will list objectives that we have, and then present some challenges associated with the problem, and then present the proposed algorithm, and I will end the talk with some concluding remarks. A distributed system. So these are the topics that I'm gonna mention as part of the introduction. I will talk about distributed systems. I will give you a high-level abstract view of a distributed system, and then we'll talk about two paradigms, self-stabilization and snap stabilization. Self-stabilization is a paradigm to deal with faults in distributed systems, whereas snap stabilization is a paradigm to implement safety in distributed systems. And we will present actually here a broadcast algorithm that possess these two paradigms, that actually utilize these paradigms. That's why we'll talk about broadcast algorithms also. So what is a distributed system from an abstract point of view? A distributed system is made up of independent set of processes connected by some communication links. And we often represent distributed systems as a graph with vertex set V and edge set E, where the vertices are the processes and the edges are the communication links. Distributed systems are good for a number of reasons. One of them is they are able to deal with faults that centralized systems cannot easily deal with. They tend to be more scalable. They can grow in size. And they tend to be more available. And the availability partially depends on the fault tolerance and the scalability mechanisms, and also redundancy that is available. Obviously, distributed systems can also facilitate resource sharing. It can it can reduce the costs of our computation and so on. So what are the challenges in distributed systems? Well, the first challenge is to make sure that the distributed systems possess the liveness property. Liveness property refers to the property which ensures that good things eventually happen. Whereas the safety property has to do with safety property has to do with bad things never happen. So, for example, in a distributed system, we would like, for example, the system to eventually terminate if there is any termination. And safety may refer to, for example, the system will not be deadlocked. Or in the case of, for example, the well-known mutual exclusion problem, no two processes are in their critical sections. Distributed systems also need to possess security, and they provide concurrency. And one of the metrics of good distributed systems is that they provide a higher level of concurrency. So the degree of concurrency is one of the objectives. And in distributed systems, we don't have a global clock. Processes are not synchronized. This presents challenges. Distributed systems also need to provide transparency, where actually we don't see as users the mechanism, the distributed mechanisms, underlying distributed mechanisms that actually carry out the transactions and the computations. And it's also a challenge to deal with a variety of faults, such as crash faults, omission faults, and various types of failures and so on. Self-stabilization has been introduced by Dijkstra. A self-stabilizing system a system is self-stabilizing if it starts from any arbitrary initial state, and if it eventually converges to a desired or legitimate state, and then remains in the desired or the legitimate state thereafter, right? So because of this behavior, that it can start from any state and it eventually converges to a desirable legitimate state, and then stays in that state, it is able to deal with faults. Because when a transient fault happens, transient fault is a fault which actually perturbs the state of the system. So the global state of the system changes, right? So this is viewed as an arbitrary initial state, and it eventually converges to the desirable state and recovers from the faults. And obviously, regardless of faults and regardless of the arbitrary initial state, the system operates correctly after failure stop in a finite time. So one of the conditions for self-stabilizing systems, obviously, is that after the last failure, we need to have sufficient amount of time where there are no faults. So there are a number of self-stabilizing algorithms in the literature. Just to mention a few, there are mutual exclusion algorithms, spanning tree algorithm, graph coloring algorithms, and many practical self-stabilizing systems for various domains, for vehicular networks, for sensor networks are available. To capture the behavior of a distributed, a self-stabilizing system, I think we can say the following. First, a self-stabilizing system deals with exhibits a non-masking fault tolerance, meaning the effect of the fault shows, and then there's a recovery period during which the effect of the fault shows, and then we eventually recover. Such systems have two properties. One of them is convergence. Starting from any fault or arbitrary state, it converges to the right system configuration and right behavior. And then after it converges, it remains, which is the closure property in those configurations. So just to capture the idea, suppose that we start in a non-legitimate state. So we have a system configuration. This is the configuration of the entire system or the global state. So a self-stabilizing system ensures that it converges to a legitimate state right? So this is the convergence. And then after the convergence, we have closure, that after which the transitions in the system ensure that system state remains legitimate. In case of a fault, right, a fault potentially can force our state to enter an illegitimate state or a not legitimate state again, but due to our behavior, we will again be able to recover from such faults. Right. So when we refer to a fault here, we typically refer to a transient fault. But a lot of the self-stabilizing systems, although it's not something that comes automatically with it, but a lot of the self-stabilizing systems are also able to deal with crash faults, and also they're adaptive in the sense that they allow the system topology or the system network to change. So we talked about the concept of paradigm of self-stabilization, and step-stabilization is a related property which provides some stronger safety guarantees. So a step-stabilizing system can, similar to a self-stabilizing system, can start from an arbitrary system configuration. And starting from an arbitrary system configuration always behaves according to the system specification. So this property actually could be regarded as a safety property. Why? Because maybe violation of the specification can be unsafe. So that's why, because of this behavior, it always behaves according to the specification. If the specification has safety properties, then the system is safe. So there are a number of different snap stabilizing algorithms you can use. Actually, recently we have discovered several very interesting applications of snap stabilization, which goes far beyond what other people have used. But one of the common uses of snap stabilization paradigm is to implement broadcast algorithms with several desirable properties. Okay, so when we refer to a snap stabilizing broad wave or a broadcast algorithm, it ensures four properties. So if initiator eventually starts the broadcast, and the broadcast proceeds to all system processes, and this is the interesting part. Broadcast progresses only forward. So existing broadcast algorithms, unfortunately, do not guarantee that broadcast does not always move forward. There are cases actually that one can find, especially if we start in an arbitrary initial configuration, or in case of faults, we cannot guarantee that they always move forward, right? So this is very important because we do not have backtracking. Backtracking is one of the drawbacks in broadcast, right? So eventually the initiator receives the acknowledgement from all the system processes that the broadcast has been completed. So this is part of snap stabilizing broadcast algorithm features also. Just to give you an idea as to what we mean by, just to give an analogy as to what a snap stabilization is like. So I'm sure you have been to a restaurant when it's crowded, and you have ordered things, and the food for some reason is delayed, or they forgot about your order. This has happened to me several times. So imagine that we have a restaurant, right? So users are the clients, and the specification here is upon request, the client always obtains the right food, right? So this is where the specification is. So specification comes in the right food, and we always obtain, right? So we are always satisfied. So what is the difference between a self-stabilizing restaurant and a snap-stabilizing restaurant is that in a self-stabilizing restaurant, you're going to have to make several requests, several orders, right? So one of them eventually succeeds, right? If it's self-stabilizing, you keep making orders and your food will eventually arrive. But if it's snap-stabilizing, after the last fall, right? And when once you obtain the food. So this is the analogy. So it always works and works in the right way. So there are two commonly used broadcast schemes. One of them is propagation of information with feedback. And then the other one is propagation of feedback and cleaning. The difference between them is in the PFC scheme, after the feedback. So first you do the broadcast. So the system processes indicate that they're in the broadcast phases. And then when the broadcast phase is complete, then in a bottom-up manner, the system processes enter the feedback within which the initiator process is informed that the broadcast is completed. And in the case of propagation of information with feedback and cleaning, after the feedback, after the root receives the acknowledgement, the system processes are clean. They enter a clean state, and in that clean state, now they're ready to receive other broadcasts. Okay. So it's as I said in the beginning, it's a very simplified scheme. So here we have the system processes, and process R, we can call it the root or the initiator. It starts the broadcast, and these are the system states. So if it's C, we denote it by an empty circle, white circle, and if it's B, it is this color, and if it's F, it is this color. So PFC scheme is as follows. The root starts the broadcast, right? So the broadcast reaches the neighboring processes, right? And then after the neighboring processes reach, now they enter, so they're in state C, right? Based on what we have just said. Now these enter state B. So now all of them have received the broadcast. So they're all in state B. And then now they enter state F, the leaves in the tree. So we actually build what do you call it? Spanning tree over which we do the broadcast. So they enter the feedback state. So feedback state moves up in a bottom-up manner. Eventually, the feedback reaches the root, telling the root that the broadcast is done. And follow the feedback, the processes in a bottom-up manner. So after they enter the feedback state, they're able to enter the cleaning state where they clean any traces of the previous broadcasts. Okay. So then the cleaning continues again in a bottom-up manner, and eventually all the processes enter the cleaning state. The reason why we did not show the connectivity among the processes because this network could actually be a sensor or a vehicle, a network where the channels change. So we talked about safety, but I think it's worth saying more about safety. Safety is a crucial property in distributed systems, and safety properties define the specification and the correctness of systems. So without the safety properties, distributed systems are not correct. And as we said, safety refers to something bad never happens. right? And whereas liveness properties ensure that system objectives are achieved, possibly after some delay. And so let's motivate as to where we use propagation safety and reliability. Their important safety and reliability properties. These algorithms are important building blocks for secure network protocols because safety and security are related. And these protocols are used in defense systems and in safety mechanisms. So they're used as part of the safety mechanisms, and they're used also in command and control systems. Let me try to give you the reason why a broadcast has to be safe. Right. So imagine that. So we have a military command and control system, and due to a fault or due to some arbitrary initialization, a command goes to one of the systems, and the system takes an action that's not safe. Right. So we have to make sure that each command or each control message that we send is sent safely. It is the one that is sent by the initiator, and we have to make sure that those unsafe messages, for example, we have also spurious messages. Some system elements such as channels can generate spurious messages that were not there originally in the system, that were not initiated by any legitimate system. So it could be because of some malicious elements, it could be because of viruses, it could be because of faults and so on. So this is the issue. So safety is required for a very large number of systems, for from medical domain to military domain. These are desirable. So let's define what we mean by propagation safety and propagation reliability. Propagation safety refers to broadcasting only messages that have actually originated from a legitimate source. So we don't want to broadcast anything else other than the ones from the legitimate source. And propagation reliability refers to propagation of a message to every node in the system exactly once, because it's an issue if some processes do not receive the message, or if some processes receive the message multiple times. All of them are very problematic. So the first one, make sure that it is the right message. The second one, makes sure that everyone gets it once. So these are the propagation safety and propagation reliability, right? So actually, in the model that we talk about, this is a fairly difficult problem, and a broadcast is said to be. So now I will try to illustrate as to where the challenges are in the problem. We refer to a broadcast algorithm as propagation safe if and only if each message received by system processes is the last broadcasted message by a legitimate source process. So it has to be the last one, not the previous ones by the source process, by the initiator process. Okay. So if it is any other one, then it is not propagation safe. We also define something referred to as K-propagation safe, because propagation safe, as we are going to discuss briefly, is it's an impossible problem to solve under the assumptions, under the model assumptions that we have, where we have arbitrary system initialization, right? And then faults before we start the broadcast. And a system is referred to as K-propagation safe if and only if each spurious message, a message that does not have a legitimate origin, cannot be propagated at a distance more than k from its source. So k propagation safety actually limits as to how far a spurious message can go. Okay, so it says if it's k propagation safe, it cannot go from the source more than k hops. One safe, so based on that definition, a one safe snap stabilizing algorithm ensures that each process may violate the system's safety properties at most once in the delay period. So what is the delay period to start with? When we have snap stabilizing algorithms, we said snap stabilizing algorithms always do the broadcast according to the specification. Whatever the way that the broadcast works, it should work that way. So, but does it start always? Can it immediately start? No. A lot of them have to do some initialization, some process needs to, we need to go through some process before the initiators can actually start sending, because we would like to be safe, remember? So in order to be safe, we have to start in a safe configuration with respect to the state of the initiator. So this is what we do during the delay period. So what we're saying here is if it's one safe snap broadcast, then actually we can violate it once ever. So that means a process can send a message to a spurious message to a neighbor, but it cannot go beyond that. Okay. So existing broadcast algorithms are they provide eventual safety. So they're not always safe, right? And what they provide is after they do things, then they eventually become safe. Even the snap stabilizing algorithms are eventually safe. They're not safe all the time. And they actually, if you look at safety from this point of view, eventual safety, you can always view it as liveness, because this happens eventually. Things happen eventually can be regarded as liveness, not safety. So if you go back to safety is becoming a hot topic, I think. When we write papers on safety, people value them a lot because there's not enough work on safety. And interestingly, people refer to liveness as safety in a lot of the cases, right? So one of the things that this is where the challenges, one of the challenges is, so there's no safe and reliable snap stabilizing broadcast algorithm. So this cannot be done. So this is one of the first things that we show in the in our work. So this cannot be done. So we we prove the impossibility of a safe or self or snap stabilizing broadcast algorithm. It cannot be done. So the entire safety cannot be done. So we first prove that. These are our objectives. The second objective is that then after proving that, we develop a reliable, one safe snap stabilizing broadcast algorithms. And this is what we're gonna shortly present. Here is the sketch of the proof. So the theorem actually says there is no safe or self or snap stabilizing broadcast algorithm. The proof is relatively simple. It's by contradiction. Assume that there exists an algorithm W that is safe. Since W is a safe algorithm, it implements a transition or action to receive a message in system configuration C. So there has to be a system configuration within which a process receives the broadcast. But it is possible that due to arbitrary system initialization, we can start in that system configuration And in that system configuration, we will receive the message. So hence the proof follows. So what we're seeing over here is there is no way that actually starting from an arbitrary initial system configuration, which could happen after a fault, after some soft faults. There's no way that you can stop a message from propagating to the neighbors of the process with the spurious message. Safe snap stabilizing algorithm. So no process can violate safety properties during the delay period, right? And so this is a safe, we said this is not possible, but one safe snap stabilizing algorithm means each process may violate the safety property at most once in the delay period. So we allow the safety property to be violated only once. This is what's possible, because full safety, complete safety cannot be done. So this is the problem definition. So the broadcast eventually starts. No normal message is propagated more than once, and abnormal waves are eliminated. Abnormal waves are so when we start a system, there may be some spurious waves, spurious broadcast messages that need to be cleaned up, right? And then we have to ensure that the propagation or the broadcast is eventually completed. The challenge here is the following. The challenge has to do with whether the received message is the last propagated message by the root, right? So this is the safety property. Is this the right message or not, right? So this needs to be authenticated. So now we talked about the impossibility. Now we'll talk about the algorithm. The algorithm actually, before we present the algorithm, here is the computational model. So we have a network which is modeled by a set of by a graph with vertex at V and edge at E. And vertices represent the processes, and edges represent the communication links. Processes are deterministic machines, so they do not take any random or probabilistic actions. So they have their local memory, and they have a local algorithm, and they have input and output capabilities. And any two processes are referred to as neighbors if there's a link connecting them in the graph. It's almost it's a semi-uniform algorithm in the sense that all the processes run the same algorithm except the root or the initiator, which initiates the broadcast. And we employ the shared memory computation model where the processes can read their own states and the states of the neighbors, variables of themselves and the neighbors, and can only write their own states. Right? So this is a common assumption. So we already talked about this. So each program is made up of finite of actions, and each action is of the form. So we have a guard, which is a Boolean predicate. If the Boolean predicate, so this is the Dijkstra's guarded command notation. If a guarded command evaluates the true, then we execute the sequence of statements. So the value of a variable is the state of that values of i's variables determine the state of that process. And the problem is very challenging. So algorithm is actually, I will not show you the algorithm itself. The algorithm is also fairly complex. But we make one assumption to rather simplified algorithm. Even after the simplification, the algorithm is still fairly complex. The assumption is that we assume lockstep synchrony. It's a strong assumption where we have infinite steps rounds, and each round, each step, in each lockstep, all the processes that have enabled guards, true guards, execute their actions. So they all of them finish up executing all their true actions, all the processes. Then we go to the next step, lockstep, and so on. So we go through a sequence of locksteps. In each lockstep, all the processes execute all their enabled or true actions, statements. The algorithm has two waves. One of them is the primary wave, which is very simple. It's just the regular broadcast. And the interesting part is the authentication wave. So through this authentication wave, which has to be snapped, which has to be safe. So safely, we go and check whether this message has arrived from the initiator process. Okay. So the primary wave implements the broadcast and the feedback. So we also have the feedback to inform when we're done with the broadcast, we have to inform with the feedback the initiator that the broadcast is complete, and the message is broadcast, and the completion of the broadcast is acknowledged by the root eventually when the feedback is completed. So the authentication is the process. The authentication wave is the mechanism to facilitate one safety of the primary wave. So process participates in the broadcast if and only if the root is legitimate, right? So because some of the roots, those are the sources of the spurious messages, right? So they will not be authenticated, and they will not be able to send the messages further and broadcast it to the rest of the processes who did not receive the message. So we use these variables. I don't think I need to really go through the details of the variables, but what is important is each process knows its neighbors, it knows its parent, because when we build a broadcast tree over which we do the broadcast, we use it with a variable. Initially, the broadcast tree is not constructed, and then processes have their levels. They know their distance from the initiator or the root, and the processes are in following states. So this is called the authentication state. The first state is this WR stands for waiting for request. Request authentication and authentication granted. Right? So processes go through these states, each process. So this is an illustrative example. So instead of showing you the algorithm, just to capture the high-level view as to how the algorithm works, I would like to go through this illustrative example. Here, remember we already have the C state, the clean state that we start with, right? So this is with respect to the broadcast. And now we have two separate broadcast states, transferable broadcast and non-transferable broadcast. So if you're in a transferable broadcast state, that means your neighbors can actually receive the broadcast from you. But in case you're in this state, a non-transferable broadcast, your neighbors cannot receive, denoted by this color circle. Your neighbors cannot receive the broadcast from you. And if you're in state F, that means now this process has received the broadcast, is now involved in acknowledging the root process that it has received the broadcast. Okay, so when we start, root is its distance from itself is 0, and it's in state WR. And then, so these are at distance 1, and they're in waiting request states, right? So then they're in, so this is the construction actually of the broadcast tree, right? And these are in WR states at this, they're at distance 2, 1, 2 from the root. And this is, now the root is ready to do the broadcast because it's in a transferable broadcast state. And in this state, root is able to transfer. So it sends the broadcast. But now they are not in the transferable broadcast states. They're in non-transferable broadcast state. So in order to change the state to the transferable broadcast state, we need to start a bottom-up wave to all of them collectively. They check with the root whether the root is legitimate or not and inform them so that they change their states to the transferable broadcast to this color. Then the broadcast will reach their neighbors, right? So they start the secondary wave. This is the authentication wave. And then they go to a state called request authentication. Right? From WR, they go to RA. So then the root sees them, all of them are RA, the root changes to state seeing authentication granted. Okay, I'm the root, everything is fine. Now you can change your state. So they can now go to authentication granted. They can change to the transferable broadcast state so that the neighbors can now receive the broadcast. So when the neighbors receive these states, again, they have to start waves in the same manner, right? So they go to request authentication state, and now this request authentication phase reaches the level above. Actually, since it's we have lockstep synchrony, it goes level by level, right? By the way, it is very challenging to relax this lockstep synchrony. So eventually it reaches the root. Root says, okay, authentication granted. And then this they will, authentication granted reaches the next level, and then the next level. So broadcast will reach all the system processes in this manner. Okay, so after that, because the broadcast has reached all the system processes, now the leaves in the broadcast tree, they can enter the feedback states to, in a bottom-up manner, to inform the root that they have received, everyone has received the broadcast. So the feedback proceeds in a bottom-up manner and eventually reaches the root. Now the root knows that it has received everyone has received the broadcast, and following the broadcast, as you see, the processes enter the cleaning state. They're white, and when they enter the cleaning state, they also enter WR state, and in a bottom-up manner, we go to a state now we're ready to actually, the root is ready to broadcast another wave. So here we just showed what happens in a normal broadcast tree, right? But some of the trees can be, due to arbitrary initialization and faults, can be abnormal, right? So we need to see what happens to abnormal broadcast trees. Abnormal predicates. So here we've seen that the way that a normal broadcast happens, right? So for the processes or in abnormal broadcast trees, they have separate guarded actions for them. Those separate guarded actions actually clean up the what do you call it? Those abnormal broadcast states. So, for example, this is an abnormal system configuration, and our algorithm makes sure that in actually in this case, I believe in 2 synchronous rounds, the system now, you notice that the colors are okay, but the distances from the root are not okay, so they eventually reach a normal system.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude it, sir, because we are running out of time.
Yes, we will conclude. We are nearing the end. Yes. So the algorithm correctness stems from the fact that root eventually starts the broadcast and system eventually succeeds in completing the broadcast. Abnormal messages are unable to propagate more than once. Why? Because we always go through the authentication process, and due to arbitrary initialization, actually the spurious messages can go one step ahead, but cannot go further. But we actually prove that in the work that the proposed algorithm is one safe. So here are some complexity results. So this D is actually the diameter. It's the same as capital D. The authentication wave takes 2D plus 2 lock steps. Or synchronous rounds. The system enters a normal system configuration in this many log steps, and the total complexity for the broadcast is 4D squared plus 4D plus 4 log steps. To conclude, the propagation safety and propagation reliability are important safety and reliability properties. And propagation safety refers to broadcasting legitimate messages from legitimate sources only. Propagation reliability refers to propagation of a message exactly once. And the proposed algorithm has these two properties. They're snap self-stabilizing and snap stabilizing. And the safety properties can be compromised in the way that we said we cannot implement complete safety, but one safety. And so because it's self-stabilizing, it is able to deal with transient faults. If an algorithm is self-stabilizing, it does no safety violations, so it's always safe. Safe cell phone snaps broadcast is impossible. This is one of the results that we have. And what we propose is a one safe and reliable broadcast algorithm, which is self and snap stabilizing. And one safe means we can violate the safety property at most once. This is what is possible. And we also gave the complexity of the algorithm. So what we have done so far is this. So we have a synchronous one safe snap stabilizing algorithm, but what is not done is the strong assumption, the lockstep synchronous assumption, which is a very strong assumption. We actually have developed mechanisms to deal with this also. So we now have, which is not what I'm presenting now, we have an algorithm that actually relaxes the lockstep synchronous assumption, right? I think with this, I would like to just conclude my talk, and I would like to thank you all for your time and attention. And if you have any questions, I would like to entertain them. I think I took exactly 45 minutes as planned.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks for delivering such a useful information on safety and reliability in distributed systems. Now I request BMK Prasad sir to give vote of thanks to Karata sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over your topic and area, propagation, safety, and reliability distributed systems. You have covered a lot of things, and you have given a lot of informations regarding the reliability distributed systems and safety systems. And you have covered broadcast algorithm, also PFC scheme safety and propagation safety and propagation reliability. And Also, you have covered the future course of action. Accordingly, that can be further developed by some researchers and some academicians. So you have given a very good talk, and you have given very informative informations through your papers. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the invitation. And I would like to just say that safety is picking up. Safety is becoming a very topic.
And we will be in contact with you, sir, in future also.
Okay,
We would
great.
like to have your help for youngsters.
Yes.
Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
I think down the road we should start some research collaboration with some of the
So
researchers.
we would like to talk over that. In future also, we would like to take the steps also.
Okay, that sounds
okay,
perfect.
sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, please.
Sir, shall I call for paper presentation?
First call.
Yes.
Chair.
Sorry, sir.
Sir, Dr. Sahab.
You just check the session chair is there.
Yes, yes. Dr. Lata Banda ma'am has joined and Ompal sir haven't joined. Hello, sir. Karan sir.
Please. Hello.
Sir, Lata ma'am has joined. Shall I start?
You ask to her.
Okay, okay. Lata ma'am. Hello, Dr.
Yes,
Lata
Gautam.
ma'am.
Yes, Gautam.
Shall I start a presentation?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now, without any further delay, let's start the paper presentation. Paper ID ICCCS 18, Sanjoti Jain. Title: A fuzzy logic design for safety driving vehicles to avoid obstacles. Paper ID ICCCS 18.
Hello. Hello.
Start sharing your
Yeah.
presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sanjyoti Jain, and my co-author is Dr. Isha Malhotra. I am the MTech pass out student from Dharmachari College of Engineering, and my article ID is ICCCS 18. And the paper, my paper title is A Fuzzy Logic Design for Self-Driving Vehicle to Avoid Obstacles. So, moving to the first slides. So moving to the first slides, the first thing is that what is the self-driving vehicle? So we can say a self-driving vehicle or autonomous vehicle or a vehicle which have driverless vehicle has the capability to sense its environment and to steer or move in the road without any help of human efforts. That means it can move automatically with the basis of the sensors and the hardware which is equipped with it. So the the main objective of our paper is to design a fuzzy logic controller, because it is the main task for a vehicle to decide, to make decision like human, to whether to stop vehicle or to steer the or to adjust the steering angle to avoid the obstacles. So in this work we have designed the fuzzy logic controller to make human-like decision for obstacle avoidance. Here, for the lane and the obstacle recognition, we are using convolution neural network. So in this paper, I am designing the fuzzy logic controller, and the convolution neural network part I have taken from the previous research paper. And for convolution neural network is generally here used for the obstacle and lane recognition, because convolution neural network is the best technique of image processing, image recognition. On the basis of the convolution neural network is able to recognize the different sizes of the obstacles. And here for the obstacle detection, we are using 3 ultrasonic sensors and 1 camera and one large size camera. So here 3 ultrasonic sensor, that is for the left side, we are equipped sensor in the left side and the center side and the right side of our vehicle. So in the our work, we are using the combination of convolution neural network and the fuzzy logic controller. So this is the previous work or the literature survey of our work. So before the invention of deep learning, firstly the GPS was used for self-driving vehicle to avoid obstacle or to drive the vehicle autonomously. But in that case, they are just determine the trajectory between the initial point and the final destination, and this is done by the 2 quantificate Bezier curves and straight line. This is done before the invention of the deep neural network. But after the deep neural network and image recognition invention, some algorithm like genetic algorithm and potential field algorithm were used, but these algorithms have some limitations. That's why after that, some researchers used the augmentation of the sensors, such like visual sensor used with GPS along with fuzzy logic controller, and some authors used the combination of lidar and fuzzy logic controller. But these sensors also have some limitations, as the visual sensor can't detect the transparent obstacle, and the lidar has the limitations that it can't work on the low light, or it can work on the heavy rain. That's why we are using ultrasonic sonic sensor for the detection of obstacles. Next one, this is the basic architecture of our system, or we can say the platform of our system. Here we are using the fuzzy logic controller in the MATLAB. So here, as I told earlier, that we have taken the convolution neural network part from some previous work, but in our architecture, there are 2 modes. First of all, to train the CNN or deep neural network, we have required a large number of images. So for that, in the training mode, the vehicle is move in the under control of human, and a camera is shoot all the videos about the lane and stored the images. After that, these images were trained to made a convolution neural network and CNN, and based on this CNN, this CNN sends the throttle and the current steering angle for the self-driving vehicle. After the training mode, in the self-driving mode, when the vehicle is moving autonomously in the road, the CNN continuously sends the throttle and the steering angle for our vehicle. When the vehicle is moving around the road, there are 3 sensors, as I told earlier, we have used for the left side and for the center, and the third one is for the right side to detect obstacle in 3 direction. If the vehicle detect any obstacle in the center or in the left or in the right direction, then based on the CNN data and obstacle and ultrasonic sensor, the fuzzy logic controller make the decision whether to adjust the steering angle to avoid the obstacle, or to modify the speed, or both, to avoid the obstacles. The obstacles can be a stationary or moving. So it is just depend on the sensors data and the convolution neural network data. So this is the main architecture of our work. Third one is the challenges of our work. So first of all, main challenges for the self-driving vehicle is to move autonomously in the road or in the environment without collision. This is the toughest task for the self-driving vehicle. Do not take any input from the human effort and automatically make decision where how to stop or whether to stop or whether to steer, adjust to steer angle to avoid the obstacles. Second one is the as this work is done for the urban environment, which is more difficult as compared to highway, which is connecting two cities, because in the urban environment there are number of lanes and there are number of varying size of vehicles. So this is more challenging than to in the highway. And the third task is to make a fast decision, just like human, कि either to control the speed or to adjust the steering angle or to do both things to avoid the obstacle, because the obstacle in the urban environment may be stationary or moving, or maybe both obstacles are present. So these are the basic challenges, and in our work we are trying to cover these all the challenges to overcome. Next one is the methodology. So here we have designed the two controllers, two fuzzy logic controller. First one is for the stationary and second one is for the moving obstacle. So the fuzzy logic controller mainly has the three parts. First one is the fuzzification unit. As the fuzzy logic is work on the imprecise data or the predictable data, it does not require absolute data. So
Excuse me, ma'am.
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude it.
Okay, sir. So in a case of a stationary obstacle, here we are taking the four inputs. One is the CNN and three is the distances from the left, medium, left, center and right side. So this is the membership function we have used. First table is show that there is the input and output angle, which is deep left, medium left. Deep left means the vehicle is moving in the extremely left of the road, or deep right means that is the vehicle is moving in the extremely deep right of the road. And this is the distances from the obstacle, that is 0 to all distances are taken in the kilometer. If if the sensor detect obstacle in the 0 to 100 range, that means the obstacle is near to the vehicle. And I am using the trapezoidal function. So here for the stationary obstacle, we have designed 39 if then rules. Here the one rules is present if the input angle is far left. That means if our vehicle is moving in the extreme left direction and the center sensor detect obstacle near to the vehicle and the right sensor did not detect any obstacle, then the self-driving vehicle have to adjust the angle to the medium right to avoid obstacle. So in case of moving obstacles, we have designed it in the ideal condition. That means in this condition, all the moving obstacle and the self-driving vehicle moving with the constant speed in the same direction. So here the three inputs are, first one is the distance from the front obstacle, and second one is the distance from the right obstacle. Third input is the that is the change in the distance to the front obstacle. And the two output are, here we have taken two output, that is to adjust the steering angle or to modify the speed. So here we have designed 27 if then rules, and one rule is given here. These are the membership function. We have used the trapezoidal waveform. So these are the membership function, and this is the output of the modify speed, and the speed as taken in the kilometer per hours. Next, this is the simulation. So for the effectiveness of our controller design, we have using the VRP software. VRP software, that means that is the virtual robotic experimental platform, in which we have using the API client of MATLAB for fuzzy logic controller. So the A part is showing the environment of the stationary obstacle. Here we are taking different sizes of obstacle. So we can say that our vehicle is just follow the rules and avoid the obstacles. In the next part and the final, in the G part, our vehicle avoid all the obstacles successfully. The result is analyzed in the basis then how much time the vehicle has to take to avoid the obstacle. So we have conclude that the vehicle take 5 seconds for the first and 3 seconds for the second and the 4 seconds for the third obstacle, and the result was successful. Now, in case of moving obstacle, we have taken the different sizes of obstacle as our system is adaptive for different size of obstacle, and but all the vehicles are moving in the constant speed in the same direction as I told earlier. So here this is designed for the right hand side driving, so only right hand side overtaking is allowed. So this is the finally our robot has avoid all the obstacle, and the time taken for avoiding the obstacle is that is 3 seconds for first and 4 seconds for second. Conclusion is that we in this work we have briefly discussed the stationary as well as the moving obstacle, as there are stationary and moving both type of obstacle are in the environment, because we have designed it is for the urban purpose. Second thing is the controller, the main purpose of the each controller is to make decision just like human, to avoid the obstacle and to make fast decision. Third one is that the controller is adaptive to varying size of this. As I told earlier, we have taken the different size of stationary as well as the moving obstacle. So the controller is adaptive to varying size of obstacle and to avoid them successfully. And for the effectiveness of our work and the controller, we have used the simulation. We have used a VRP software for simulation, and the simulation was done successfully. So this is thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any question?
Yes. I request Dr. Latam Banda
हेलो
and Dr. Ompal sir
हाँ
to ask questions.
हाँ हाँ
Hello.
हाँ हाँ ज्वाइन कर लिया मैंने
हाँ जी,
हाँ
is there
ज्वाइन कर आप उनसे एक बार ठीक है आप उनसे एक बार बोल दो
Hello.
hello?
Sanjoti Jain.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you show me the trapezoidal function?
Yeah, sure.
What is the member fixed shift function you have used for trapezoidal?
1 second, ma'am.
Here you have given the 5 variations, right?
Yeah. Ma'am, for
the
a
speed.
stationary obstacle or for moving obstacle? Yeah, ma'am. This is the membership function.
Is there any formula?
No, no. Is there not any formula? We have designed it by using the parameter. As I told, that is the maximum limit for the deep left, that is minus 45.0.
In implementation, then how you have done this?
Ma'am, this table for the steering angle, I have taken this from the some research work, because this part is done from the CNN, and I do not done any research in the CNN. I have designing the fuzzy logic controller. So this table I have taken from some research paper.
Have you taken any linguistic variables in this?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay, this is the study you have done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, from my side, it's over.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone?
Dr. Ompal sir, do you want to ask any questions?
सर जस्ट अभी मैंने लेट ज्वाइन किया है और पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं सुना मैं देन आई थिंक इट्स ओके फ्रॉम मैम साइड इट्स ओके फ्रॉम माय साइड आल्सो इट्स ओके
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So should I leave, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Now, next paper ID is ICCCS 22 Sharma Lavanya. The title is Design of EG-based BCI Wheelchair. Paper ID 22.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you allow the share screen?
Karan sir.
Yeah, it's allowed. It's allowed.
Okay then.
I'm just sharing it.
Yes.
Yeah, I am Mayan Sharma and
I am Lavanya Talwar.
We are from Dhanachari College of Engineering, currently pursuing BTech in Electronics and Computer Science as a dual major. And the topic for our paper is designs of EG-based BCI wheelchair.
In this project, we have designed a BCI system, both hardware and software, which help the patient to navigate the wheelchair from one place to another based on eye blinks, which was detected by using EEG signals for the brain. This allows the user to control the direction for four movements: left turn, right turn, forward, and backward movement of the simulation of the wheelchair. The wheelchair also learns to navigate inside the house, and user can select the destination by his blink eye. User can also type the keypad by using eye blink and communicate with the real world.
It's basically for the people who are disabled and who are not able to move on their own. So we are just helping the society to build this wheelchair. The platform we are using, it's a BCI that use scaled recorded EEG. Scaled recorded EEG reflects the combined synthetic and the analogic activity of a group of neurons. In addition to the clinical application, EEG signals can be used to support for direct brain computer communication devices. If action executed by BCI are associated with the classes of patterns resulting from the mental activities that do not involve any physical support, communication by means of throughout is achieved. The support is operates by BCI by performing mental activity which are organized by the BCI through comparison with organization models that are set up during a technical phase.
We have considered 2D object positioning application in a computer rendered environment (CRE). This is operated with four mental activities. BCI operation is in asynchronous, namely the system is always active and reacts only when it is recognizes any of the controlling MIAS. The BCI analyzes segments of EEG signals and convert them into electrical signals, and with the help of these signals, we can also control the movements of the wheelchair.
Problem, as we discussed, that it's for the people who are physically disabled and who are not able to move, or the person who are suffering from a spinal diseases, like the person who have a backbone diseases that are not able to move on their own and need someone's help. So it's basically for the peoples so that they can get the independence to move on their own rather than depending on the third person for this help. Solution.
BCI interfaces or mind-machine interface is the direct communication path between the brain and the external devices. Currently, it is difficult for the person suffering from strokes. This leads to complete paralysis and cannot communicate with the real world. Therefore, the BCI system may be used to improve the quality of the lives of such patients. In this project, we have overcome these challenges by introducing a BCI system which helps the patient to navigate the wheelchair from one place to another based on the motor emergency model to a controller brain acute wheelchair. This allows motor emergency model to control a brain acute wheelchair. This allows the user to control the direction for four movements: that left, right, forward, and backward movements.
The specification for the wheelchair is it wanna work with a blink or a brain. It will be connected to the brain. Brain controlled keywords, text to speech recognition, emergency alert using brain waves, omnidirectional wheelchair. It will be GPS enabled. It will be battery operated. Emergency message sent to the phone in the condition of something mishappened, and it will be like a GPS based wheelchair.
We have shared a model of the wheelchair. The components of the wheelchair are signal acquisition, feature extraction, feature translation, and device output. The main goal of BCI is to detect and amplify features of the brain signals that detect the user intentions and translate these features into commands and accomplish the user intent.
As you can see in the block diagram, the wheelchair will be comprised of an embedded computer with the help of which display or TFT display will be linked, and a GPS enabled Wi-Fi, and a camera and a EEG headband and a eye tracking for the movement, and a speaker and a motor control for the movement purposes.
Signal acquisition. Signal acquisition is the measure of the brain signals using a particular sensor modality, and feature translation is basically the resulting signal and features are then passed to the feature translation algorithm. Feature extraction. Feature extraction is the process of analyzing the digital signals to distinguish patent signals characteristics. Device output. The commands from the feature translation algorithm controls the external device, providing functions such as letter selection, cursor control, robotic arm operation, and so forth.
The current development is the electrolysis is a branch, or it's a people are developing the wheelchair, but they are not able to fulfill the demand of the market. So we are just developing the best out of the rest.
Conclusion. Many researchers throughout the world are developing BCI systems that a few years ago were in the realm of science fiction. These systems use different brain signals, recording methods, and signal processing algorithms. They can operate many different devices from cursor on computer screens to wheelchair to robotic arms. A few people with severe disabilities are already using BCI for basic communication and control in their daily lives. The structure of the embedded wheelchair control system, the acquisition and the transmission of EEG signals, the reception and the movement state of the intelligent wheelchair have been studied in the detail. An embedded intelligent wheelchair control system based on a single channel brain computer interface is realized. Then we conducted a large number of tests on the threshold at which EEG signals could be blinked, ensuring that the bit error rate remained at a low level. Thank you.
This is from the our side.
What's your main contribution in this paper?
So we have mainly written a research paper using other papers, and we have studied all the contents of the BCA wheelchair, and further we will also will develop a prototype of this wheelchair.
And we also added a blink type thing in the wheelchair, and also the GPS enabled with the cloud feature, so that the data problems could be solved.
इसमें एक्चुअली आपने क्या, जैसे अदर जो अवेलेबल रिसर्च थी उसमें आपने क्या इसमें ऐड करने की कोशिश की, आपने क्या मतलब ऐड किया है?
So the blink type was not available in any of the research paper, and the GPS type was only with the memory card or a pen drive. But we added a cloud type to this, so that the data problem, the storage problem has been solved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what is the accuracy level of your implementation? Have you done any implementation in this?
Ma'am, we are currently developing. As our tests are progressing, it's like 0.7 out of 1, the accuracy level. But
0.7.
But it depends on the surroundings and the conditions. So it's not a fixed one.
What is the threshold value here you have considered? Threshold कुछ लिए है?
Threshold 4, I guess.
Because here in this you have mentioned in the conclusion that then we conducted a large number of tests on the threshold at which EEG signals.
Actually, we don't remember. We have to just look at the main paper. But the threshold
how you cannot remember a threshold value? Threshold value, it's a single value.
Oh.
Without threshold value, how you have done your implementation?
It was 4 or 5. I don't remember.
It's never, you cannot give threshold value 4 and 5. It's always in the points range between 0 and 1.
I told you that the accuracy was 0.7. The accuracy was 0.7. So
0.7 is your accuracy, not threshold.
Out of one. I'm just
that is
considering
accuracy.
The values out of 1. I'm not considering out of 100. So the threshold point value is like 0.4 or 0.5 out of 1 if you consider.
Yeah. Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, from my side it's over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sharma. Now I call next paper ID ICCCS 23 Yogesh. Diagnosis of Alzheimer disease using EEG.
देख रहे हो गया है.
Paper ID 23.
चले
Yogesh.
शेखर को फोन कर दो. That threshold
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Please present your share your screen, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good, good evening, everyone. I am Yogesh Gemini of Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon. Today, I am here along with my co-authors Shivangi Mathur, Pallavi Singh, Praval Pandey to present a gist of my research paper on diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease using EEG. Alzheimer is a brain disease that causes a slow decline in memory, thinking, and reasoning skills. It affects a person's ability to function independently. One of the most common signs of Alzheimer's disease, especially in the earlier stage, is forgetting recently learned information. Other includes forgetting important dates or events, asking for the same question over and over, forgetting names or appointments but remembering them later. Sometimes they may forget where they are and how they get there. So these were some of the signs of Alzheimer's disease. Now let us talk about the causes of Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is said to be caused due to formation of clumps of proteins known as tau in brain cells. Those clumps cause neurons to die, and this leads to impairment in memory. Till now, it is not known that how and why tau builds up in an Alzheimer's patient. In this figure depicts the mind of two persons. One is of healthy brain, and second is having Alzheimer's disease. Mark for enzyme and tau are proteins present in brain, but in Alzheimer's, but the person suffering from Alzheimer's disease, the tau accumulates and due to which neurons dies. Now, now what the problem is, it has always been a challenge to detect Alzheimer's disease at earlier stage, as it has always been mistaken as normal aging. So there are some differences between signs of between a patient of Alzheimer and changes due to normal aging. Signs of Alzheimer's are poor judgment and decision making, inability to manage a budget, losing track of the date or the season, and so on. While on the other hand, changes due to aging in people are making a bad decision once in a while, missing a monthly payment, forgetting which day it is, and remembering it later, and so on. Alzheimer disease, by using current technologies, it can only be acknowledged if person suffers from MCI, mild cognitive impairment. And by that phase, nothing can be done as there is no treatment available that can reverse its effects. Problem is, patient has to go through brain scans such as computed tomography, CT, MRI, or PET scans to rule out causes of symptoms, which are costly and sometimes painful for old people. The aim of research is to develop a headset to detect the AD, that is Alzheimer disease, at early stage. In our research, we have considered the areas of signal processing EEG and MEG. As our research found that human brain cells are active all the time, even when you are asleep, and they communicate via electrical impulse. This activity shows up as many times. This activity shows up as many lines on EEG system display. On our approach is to make a system to generate accurate status of waves, which could help in detecting a disease. Our approach is to made a self-made EEG using Arduino plus in addition of brainwave monitor. With the help of EEG made headset, we will monitor brain waves responsible for Alzheimer's disease. This system consists of different kinds of softwares and hardware. This is a list of softwares and hardwares which will be used in making that headset using EEG. Our research will help a person to detect his/her Alzheimer's disease at earlier stage without going through the radiation processes such like PET, MRI, or CT or CT scan. Conclusion: this research shows up the reduction in frequency of brain waves of Alzheimer's disease due to die of neurons, leading to impairment in memory and motor function. The aim of our research is to develop a 3D printed headset which has small metal disc electrodes using Arduino attached to head scalp. This headset will read the frequency of brain wave responsible for memory. The system's main function is to generate accurate status of waves, which will further help in detecting the disease. As there are no such technologies available to cure the disease, and it can only be cured after the death of the person. So we can do things that if we acknowledge the disease at early stage, we can slow down its progression with medicines and with treatment. Thank you.
ये आपने सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट तो किया नहीं है अभी तक, तो इसमें आपका एक्यूरेसी लेवल क्या रहेगा, ये आप कैसे मतलब एश्योर करेंगे?
Sir, right now we haven't done any experiment on this, but we will do it shortly.
Okay.
So, what is the base paper you have considered for your research?
Ma'am, actually, we have researched. There are many. Actually, we have took many references and.
From which paper you have taken this concept? Do you have any references?
Yes, ma'am. There are many papers like Ismail 2019 paper from IEEE, and a research paper by Halbert, and a research paper. Ma'am, there are many more research papers.
So, what is your name?
Ma'am, Yogesh.
Yogesh, please let me know. In the year of 2019, it is already invented, right?
Yeah, ma'am. There is a research on this project in 2019.
Now it is 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you think there is no updation in that research?
Ma'am, according to a research, there are updation in the in this project, but what we will make a headset using Arduino and brainwave display, so it will be much more cheaper, and it will cut the cost to a very more extent, and it will be very cheap.
See, I can give you only a suggestion. Please, when you go for any research work or review work, and whenever you are implementing any model, you just please go through for recent references. Okay, then only you can apply something implementation on that. Okay, from my side it's over. Thank you.
योगेश, आप बीटेक फाइनल ईयर में हो शायद ना? फाइनल ईयर?
No sir,
किस ईयर में हो?
सेकंड
ईयर?
यस सर।
ओके, और आपके साथी और भी 2-3 हैं इस पेपर में, ठीक है? चलो सेकंड ईयर में हो, एक्चुअली ये आपका एफर्ट्स ठीक है, आपने कोशिश की है पेपर लिखने की, लेकिन फिर भी आपको और इसमें थोड़ा मेहनत आप लोगों को करना चाहिए। मतलब जो भी आपका मेहनत है वो सफिशिएंट अभी नजर हमें नहीं आ रहा है। आपको जो भी मैम ने बताया, जो भी रिसर्च पेपर्स आपको तुरंत अंगुलियों पे होना चाहिए कि मेन पेपर कौन सा था, उसमें ऑथर्स ने मतलब क्या उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट किया था, उसमें आपको क्या गैप लगा था, उसके बाद आप जो भी आपने कोशिश की, ठीक है? आप बीटेक के स्टूडेंट हो, लेकिन ये है कि आपको और थोड़ा सा मेहनत करना चाहिए। इट्स ओके फ्रॉम माय साइड।
यस सर, सर इसमें देखा था सर थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा जो हमने देखा था कि वो जो था उनका थोड़ा मेथड अलग था। हमारे में हमने गामा रेज को यूज किया है, गामा एंड थीटा रेज को। तो उन रेज को यूज करके हम उसका बता सकते हैं। तो अभी फिलहाल एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं किया है, बट वी विल डू इट श्योरली एंड वी विल कंसिडर द रिसेंट रिसर्चेस डेफिनेटली।
और इसमें जो आपका एक तो मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मुलेशन पहले होना चाहिए, जो पहले मैथमेटिकल मॉडल आपका आपकी रिसर्च को प्रूव करेगा कि एक्चुअल में आपको इस तरह का रिजल्ट आपको अचीव होगा। उसके बाद फिर आप उसमें डिजाइनिंग और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में आप जाते हैं। तो एक तरह से मैथमेटिकल मॉडल वगैरह, अब जो भी नेक्स्ट पेपर आप जब भी कोशिश करें तो पहले मैथमेटिकल मॉडलिंग करें, जो भी आपका अप्रोच हो। ओके।
And take more references. Take more references, recent references. Okay. So then your paper will be fine, and that will be acceptable everywhere, and that will be the standard paper. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, I will do it surely. Thank you, sir. May I leave?
Okay, yes. Thank you, Yogesh. Now you can leave. Coming to next paper ID, ICCCS 38, Rahul Kumar, title Mitigation of Black Hole Attack Using DHKE over AODV Routing Protocol in Mobile Ad Hoc Networks. Rahul Kumar.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please start sharing your screen.
Yes, sir. Just give me a minute, please. Apologies for being late for now. I'll just present my screen. And apologies as well for I don't have a predefined PPT as of now. I was working on this paper like 2 years back while I was graduating from Gautam Buddha University. Since then, it's been quite a long time, so I don't have a prepared PPTs as of now with me. So apologies for that. So is it okay for you all to give me a raw presentation for the same?
It's okay. You just continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Just give me a minute. I'll just open the link for my dissertation, the thesis which I have written. Yes, ma'am. So the overall idea of my research work was that we were working on a security protocol. We were trying to improve the security of a routing protocol in mainnets called the AODV routing protocol. So the overall idea was to detect and mitigate an existing attack which threats the network security. So this attack is called black hole attack. So we devised, we didn't devise, but yes, we improved the existing routing protocol called AODV routing protocol so that it is secure in a manner to detect and mitigate black hole attack in the mainnets. So that was the overall idea for the paper, and how we were using it was we coupled the AODV routing protocol with a Diffie-Hellman key exchange methodology, and we were exchanging the private and the public keys over the nodes so that a secure communication may be achieved when we are sending and receiving the packets via the nodes. And if this black hole node which poses itself to be a authentic node in the network from this packet loss. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So this was so that was that. So for the same, yes. So like this was that. Like if you guys can ask any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those back to you.
राहुल, पीपीटी नहीं है तो आप पेपर को ही ओपन कर सकते हैं, शेयर कर सकते हैं.
Yes, sir. Can you guys see my screen? I believe that you guys can.
आपका फेस दिखाई दे रहा है हमें बस.
Just give me a minute.
नहीं, और आप मतलब राहुल कितने बिजी हैं आप जो पीपीटी नहीं बना सके आप?
See, sir, so the thing is that I am a working professional working for a startup. So I had the PPTs with me, but I forgot.
इट्स ओके, यू आर वर्किंग फॉर स्टार्टअप एंड वो आप छोड़िए, लेकिन आपके पास इतना टाइम नहीं था। 10 मतलब कितना टाइम लगता है पीपीटी बनाने में? ठीक है, चलो आप आगे कंटिन्यू कीजिए।
Okay, okay, cool. So just so briefly, I'll tell you what a black hole attack is.
नहीं, आप ये बताइए कि जो भी एग्जिस्टिंग रिसर्च है उसमें आपकी फाइंडिंग्स क्या हैं, और फिर आपने जो भी फाइंडिंग्स हैं, आपको गैप आइडेंटिफाई हुए, उसको आपने कैसे ओवरकम किया?
Sure. So just give me a minute. So I'll explain you what a black hole attack is. So for example, and how this AODV routing protocol works. So yes, so let us consider this network to be a network of mainnets. So what generally happens is if we are considering mainnets, so mainnets are ad hoc networks, and by ad hoc, what we mean is that there is no dedicated third party which sort of authenticates and establishes a secure communication between these nodes. So what I mean by that is that these nodes can freely transfer data between one another, and the network packets are totally present ad hoc, and anybody can send the data to anyone. And how it sends it is it's like these network devices are closely coupled with each other. So what AODV routing protocol does is, for example, if I am to send some messages from the node A to, let us say, node D, which is the
Rahul,
destination.
Rahul, sorry to interrupt you here. First of all, let me understand what is your topic name.
So we are. So my topic is mitigation of black hole attack in AODV routing protocol using Diffie-Hellman key exchange.
Using Diffie-Hellman key exchange.
Key
Okay,
exchange,
what is
yes,
the
ma'am.
objective of your paper?
So the objective of the paper is to identify the black hole node, and then mitigate it from the network so that it is absent from the network, and it is not being used for communicating the messages in the network.
So here, why only Diffie-Hellman key exchange is used?
Ma'am,
Why
first of
not
all,
others?
yes, ma'am. Other algorithms can also be used. For example, there
Because
are
this one is a very simple key exchange
key exchange
algorithm which we
algorithm.
use.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the very first point why we used it is because these ad hoc devices, these mobile nodes, are not very are not able to compute too many things at a go. So why Diffie-Hellman key exchanges? Because as you said, it is a very simpler method, and it only works upon the fallacy of primes and unique keys. तो हम लोगों का मैथमेटिकल कंप्यूटेशन बहुत ज़्यादा बच जाता है, and we are able to secure things
Then how you
via
prevent this man in the middle attack?
man in the middle attack. Yes, ma'am.
हाँ.
So we are not preventing a man in a middle attack. So what we
नहीं,
are doing is
राहुल, मैन इन द मिडिल अटैक होता क्या है Diffie-Hellman में, आप ये बताइए।
man in the middle attack, sir.
Diffie-Hellman key exchange में तो man in the middle attack होता है ना?
Yes, ma'am. For example, this is
So this one
a
is the very
person
simple
A,
key exchange algorithm in which man in the
and this
middle
is a
attack occurs, na?
right. For example, this is a person A and this is a person B, and A is trying to send the data to B via some protocol or something like that. So what E does is E is also listening to these events. So what we typically do is we
See, we
encrypt.
are not asking what is man in the middle attack. We are asking
And
how
you were
you
asking me,
prevent that.
how do you prevent that? So it's pretty simple. What we do is we encrypt the data with a private key and we encrypt
Then
the data
how
with
do
a.
you encrypt the data? What algorithm here you are using for encrypting the data?
When there is no algorithm, there is just one simple formula of exponentiation of primes, which ensures us that when we are trying to decrypt the data, it will take a very longer amount of time to decrypt the data, and that will be of no use after that.
See, simple कोई भी आप formula भी use करोगे polynomial, उसके कुछ ना कुछ नाम होता है.
Um, So yes, this is what
Okay.
we
Do
are.
you
Yes,
understand?
yes, ma'am. So this is what we are using as a formula.
नहीं,
This is
man in the
Diffie
whole
Hellman key exchange, na?
Sorry.
This is
इसमें
Diffie Hellman key exchange.
Yes, ma'am. This is what we have been using in the research paper as well.
राहुल आप समझे नहीं ना, एक्चुअल में उसको डिटेक्ट करना है ना आपको, अटैक को।
ओमपाल सर,
तो उसमें
ओमपाल सर,
हाँ मैडम।
या
आप कुछ पूछ रहे थे।
अच्छा राहुल, ये बताइए, जो भी आपने ये ब्लैक होल की आप बात कर रहे हैं, डीप जो ये डिफी हेलमैन को कैसे आपने इसमें लगाया? मुझे ज्यादा घुमाइए मत प्लीज, सीधा उस पॉइंट पे आइए।
ठीक
आपने
है।
जो ब्लैक होल
श्योर
को आपने डिफी हेलमैन की हेल्प से कैसे आपने ये
श्योर जस्ट अ मिनट सर, just a minute. So I'll just present you with that as well. तो सर बेसिकली हो क्या रहा है कि जो नेटवर्क पैकेट्स हैं, सो एओडीवी राउटिंग प्रोटोकॉल का क्या बोलते हैं, एक एओडीवी राउटिंग प्रोटोकॉल का खुद का एक मैकेनिज्म होता है। फॉर एग्जांपल उसमें कुछ पैकेट्स होते हैं, देयर इज अ राउट रिक्वेस्ट पैकेट एंड देयर इज अ राउट रिस्पांस पैकेट। तो ये जो ब्लैक होल नोड है, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ दिस इज द ब्लैक होल नोड, ये क्या करती है, जब इसके पास डेटा आता है तो ये तुरंत ही रिस्पांस भेज देती है और ये बताती है कि मैं ही डेस्टिनेशन नोड हूँ और मेरे पास डेटा आ चुका है, और क्योंकि मेरे पास डेटा आ चुका है तो आप क्या बोलते हैं, अपने डेटा पैकेट्स भेजना बंद कर दीजिए, पिंग रिक्वेस्ट भेजना बंद कर दीजिए। तो ये सो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज कि हम लोगों ने ये एओडीवी राउटिंग प्रोटोकॉल को थोड़ा सा मॉडिफाई किया था, टेकिंग द इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम डेफी हेलमैन की एक्सचेंज, कि वी अग्रीड अपॉन अ प्राइवेट की एंड दिस प्राइवेट की वाज बीइंग so we agreed upon two private keys, and these private keys were being stored in the device, in the device's local memory itself. So when in the device's local memory itself, which was the device IMEI itself, तो जब भी क्या बोलते हैं ब्लैक होल नोड आती है, और क्योंकि आईपी टेबल्स में कोई भी जब भी नेटवर्क बनता है तो मेरे पास सभी डिवाइसेस का IMEI का नंबर रहता
Excuse
है।
me, sir. Sorry
तो
to
अगर
interrupt. Excuse me. Please,
sure.
please wind up. Please make it fast. We are running out of time.
यस श्योर सर। तो क्या बोलते हैं, जब भी हम लोग डेटा भेजने की कोशिश करते हैं तो आईपी टेबल्स में हमारे पास सबका आईएमईआई होता है, तो वी डेफिनेटली नो व्हाट द सोर्सेज एंड व्हाट द डेस्टिनेशन इज, और ये आईएमईआई नंबर इतना बड़ा होता है, और ये
अरे
आईएमईआई नंबर
राहुल
डेफिनेटली
वो
बड़ा होता है।
छोड़िए आप, सिर्फ ये बताइए डिफी हेलमैन को आपने यूज कैसे किया, बस ये पूरी कहानी मत सुनाइए।
हाँ, तो डेफी हेलमैन को हम लोगों ने यूज ऐसे किया कि ये जो एओडीवी राउटिंग प्रोटोकॉल का पैकेट का स्ट्रक्चर होता है, इसमें हम लोगों ने एक पब्लिक की का वेरिएबल ऐड कर दिया था और एक प्राइवेट की का वेरिएबल ऐड कर दिया था। तो यूजिंग दैट जब हम लोगों को रिस्पॉन्स आ रहा है तो रिस्पॉन्स से हम लोग ये पता कर रहे थे कि वो रिस्पॉन्स हम लोग को ऑथेंटिक
देखो
सोर्स पे आ रहा
राहुल,
है जहाँ से।
डिफी हेलमैन ये ओपन चैनल पर आप की स्टेब्लिश करते हैं, उसके बाद फिर आप उसकी हेल्प से इनक्रिप्शन और डिक्रिप्शन करते हैं। पहली बात तो ये है। तो इसमें ये पॉइंट है, तो ब्लैक होल एज ए मैन इन द मिडल अटैक वो फिर भी काम कर सकेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो भी आपने काम किया है वो अभी इतना वर्थफुल नहीं है कि एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में पब्लिश किया जाए।
देखिए
आप इस
सर,
पर काम कीजिए। आप नहीं, आपको क्लैरिटी ही नहीं है, आप मतलब क्या कहना चाहते हैं।
हाँ मैं
और
बता रहा हूँ सर। देखिए सर, हम लोग एक चीज कर रहे थे यहाँ पे कि वी वर एस्टैब्लिशिंग अ ऑथेंटिक हैंडशेक बिटवीन द नोड्स वाया विच वी वर ट्राइंग टू सेंड द डेटा। तो ब्लैक होल अटैक में क्या होता है कि वो हैंडशेक को फोर्स
इसमें
कर
डिफी
देता है।
एलिमेंट कोई हेल्प नहीं कर रहा आपका। ओपन चैनल पर वो की स्टैब्लिश होता है, और यहाँ पे ब्लैक होल है, मैन इन द मिडल अटैक का रोल प्ले कर सकता है। तो यहाँ पर कोई यूज नहीं है उसका।
If that is that, sir, it's okay.
It's okay from my side.
Okay, sir. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Lata ma'am, do you want to ask any question?
No. No.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you,
sir. Now coming to next paper ID, ICCCS 33, Gaurav Srivastav. Title: Need of Data Science Based Approach in E-Learning. Paper ID 33.
Yes, sir, I am right here.
Yes, sir. So please
just give me 1 second.
Okay.
So I hope it's visible to everyone. My PPT is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, please continue.
Okay. So just make me in a slideshow mode. Give me one second. So now I just want to start my topic. So good afternoon, everyone. And my topic is see the need of data sciences or data science-based approach in assessment of e-learning. And here is my designation. I'm working as assistant professor at Chandigarh University. I'm pursuing PhD in the same domain, right, in the development of assessment in e-learning. So, see, what I have to discuss here, I have three topics here to discuss. Like one is what we are actually doing, and the second one, what I have suggested, what is my suggested strategy, and how I'm concluding this. So this is the outline for my this session or this presentation. See, before if I see, this is the introduction of the research domain. So first of all, if we see that if we talk about the pre-COVID world and the post-COVID world, before the COVID, we just take e-learning like we are just taking some content from some particular sites, like developing and developing and delivering the PPTs at some particular website or all. So now after COVID, what we are doing, that we are not just delivering the content to the student, we are also just trying to automate entire teaching process or entire e-learning ecosystem through the virtual world. And this student is living at its own place, we are living we faculties are living at our place. So there is one paper that has been published last year, and that is been referred here, that is reference number one of that is paper of 2019 basically. But in that, what is written there, that we can automate the entire learning process by by also incorporating the assessment methods, by incorporating the assessment methods, so that entirely what you can do, like you just don't deliver the content, but you can assess the content without any human interaction, right? So for that, I am just doing some research. And see what so overall conclusion for here, like there are few strategies, those are already implemented. There are very few automated assessment strategies present nowadays, because three strategies are already written here. Like one is blockchain based, another one is process mining, gamification, and fourth approach that I have proposed is the that is the fourth strategy, that implementation through the data science. So there is a very less amount of work has been done in this domain, because I am covering paper since 2015 to 2021. I'm taking all the recent papers, so very less amount of work has been done in this domain. So what work I am suggesting for the assessment, so that is based on the uh, students review after the completion of the course. So what I am proposing, that is that is a supervised learning algorithm, in which what we are doing, we are trying to assess the student through the on the basis of the score and the review. So I have got one data set, that data set is let me take you there, then I will come back again. So I have taken one data set, that is from Open University Learning and Analytics data set, from where I am taking uh, course data, student data, and assessment data. And that data is quite unbalanced. Unbalanced data means if I talk about the balanced and unbalanced data set, if there is a particular classification, like yes, no, you all are very learned people right in front of me, but I'm just taking a bit of liberty to just explain this. So suppose that there is one class binary classification, so where is some yes and some no. So if they are 50-50, like they are 50% yes and 50% no, so we can say that the data is equally balanced. But if there is a case that 90% no and 10% only yes, so that kind of data set is this. If I will have much I will have that much time, then I will definitely show the execution to you guys, because this is what I'm doing for my PhD. And that data set and that entire work is right now with me. So sir, and ma'am also. So I'm just taking the student. I have the data set. Let me take you back there again. I have data set. I have some student data, and from that student data, I have created one matrix, or you can say the one data frame, and that data frame is known as here in my this in this work. This is named as result. So in this result data set, there are few dependent features and few independent features. Dependent features are like a student ID, in which examination, how much he is achieving, and finally, the aim is to automate. The aim is to automate the course upgradation by students review analysis. So that is what I am doing. So for that, I am just using one DRM framework, that is a digital right management framework for my research purpose. And this is a kind of feedback network, feedback type of research analytics, in which I'm just first I have done the literature analytics for literature analysis. I have published 2 papers for that, and those I am using for the reference. And then I have done empirical data analysis, in which I have done EDA. We all know what is EDA, that is exploratory data analysis. I have tried to remove all the null values and that not a number, and using all the label encoders and all. After that, um, data is it will be how many students have got review, there is two category. One student has got upgrade, another student haven't got the upgrade, right? So this is negation of the upgrade. So those who have got the upgrade, what they have written in their review, I will print it through using word crowd. And another one, those who have not got upgrade, what is their keywords for the word crowd, sir? So this is the strategy that I'm going to use. For that, I have just let me take you there. So I have done literature analysis, in which first paper is on the basis of the analysis of the learning management system, or you can say the analysis of the learning management platforms. Another one is the content delivery and obstacle faced in the e-learning domain. That is another paper I have published for this, and both are Scopus indexed. So this is the data set that that we have followed. One that is the student registration data set, information data set. The course those are been running in that particular university. That is this is the data set. These are the assessment on what parameters these assessment. So this is the basically database schema for that. After that, as I have already told you, that we have performed EDA. EDA means exploratory data analysis. We have checked either if there is any null values or not. Sir, after that, we have checked that what kind of correlation is present there. We can say that the features, those are present in the, as I have already told you, my data set is named as a result. So result.cor, that is showing that the data is very highly correlated, because here we can say that these features like TMA and CMA. If you see TMA and CMA in my paper, these are the two, like we are having CT1 and CT2 in our university. So these data need not to be that much, these are not that much important. So other data are highly correlated with each other. And then, as I have already told, yes
Sorry
sir.
to interrupt. Please conclude it. We are running out of time.
Okay sir. So sir, if I have to conclude, then I will take you to the very last slide, in which these are I just wanted to so I have used some strategies for classification algorithm, that is random forest. I have used Adabos algorithm, and I have decision tree and Gaussian NV. With Gaussian NV, I have achieved the maximum, what you can say that accuracy, that is around 100% accuracy for the classification. And as I was talking about the word crowd, so word crowd, this is for the student who has not got the upgrade. These are the keywords used by those students, and these are the keywords used by those students those have got the upgrade. So I have created one model using convolutional neural network. I have performed many of the things. I just wanted to explain each and every step here, like from importing library to import from the type PyTorch, BERT and all. but since we are running out of the time, so I will just explain you the main mechanism that is that you can say that is state of art. So in this, what we are trying to do, we are trying to read the entire review by a sequence to sequence transformation that is being done by this transformer, and with that we are having another mechanism that is called attention. So when we are talking, so when I'm talking about the transformer, so here is the that is this is the token transformer that I'm using, that is bidirectional encoder representation. So that is being developed by Google. This is Google Birds tokenizer, and it is doing two jobs. One is the transformation of the data, and another one is the attention of the data. So what is attention here, and how attention is being done? So attention is like when we see some paragraph, our mind automatically fetch two or three, or you can say a few important keywords from there. So similarly here also we are using the attention is a function that is being used in this particular transformer, that is bird tokenizer. In this is used, and by reading the review, since I'm not allowed to speak much about these things, so when it reads the review, it picks up some strong words from there, or you can say the impactful words from there. After that it takes and put it into the embedded matrix, and after that I have just tried, I have also implemented it, I have the accuracy with it. So I have got around 99.40% accuracy by implementing the entire work through the use of like, see, there is no related work or no previous work is present for this particular scenario, like assessing or performance of like performing the assessment of a student using the data science, right? So this is a kind of very naive work. So in that naive work, whatever I'm doing, I think that I have achieved 99.40% accuracy, and the data size is see, if you see that that is the 80% of the data size. So data is around 3 lakh samples in that, and there are 26 features in that. So this is the accuracy that I have achieved. These are the references, and these are some other references, because there are too many references. Around 90 references are supposed to be here, but I have put some very important references. This is my first paper that I have published in Scope, and this is the another one.
गौरव, आपका एक्यूरेसी मोर देन 99%, तो आप ये बताइए, जो आपका ट्रेनिंग जो डेटा सेट है वो उसका साइज क्या है, और ये ट्रेनिंग डेटा जो आपने लिया है वो कहाँ से लिया है ट्रेनिंग डेटा?
सर ये जो ट्रेनिंग डेटा है सर, ये जो मैंने आपको पहले स्टार्टिंग में दिखाया था, इफ यू just take me a little bit back here. This is the data set. सर ये data set मुझे यहाँ से मिला है. This is the Open University Learning Analytics data set, sir. That data set is present on Kaggle.
इसका साइज कितना है और आपको ट्रेनिंग में कितना टाइम लगा?
सर ट्रेनिंग तो सर अगर आप सर मैं अपने काम को करने के लिए सर मैं Kaggle यूज करता हूँ, ठीक है सर, और Kaggle पर मैंने GPU और TPU दोनों ले रखा है, and with GPU it takes around 18 hours when I start training it, and without GPU I haven't tried, because many of times because there are around 250 epochs that has to run over around 2,80,000 entries, and for that I have also used, if you see, I have used one function that is dropout. In deep neural network we use dropout, and for that by using that I have taken a threshold around
Gaurav.
Yes ma'am.
Gaurav, sir is asking how many samples are available in your data set. What is the sample size?
Ma'am, sample size is 3 lakh.
3
lakhs. 3 lakhs entries in
okay
that.
3 lakhs. Now I'll ask you one more question here. Here you have mentioned number of K folds, right?
Yes ma'am, K folds.
So what is your K size?
K size equals to 5 ma'am. Number of 5 is split.
5 folds.
Yes ma'am.
So what do you mean by this epoch now?
Ma'am, epoch means simply, suppose there are two terms that we are generally confused, that is epoch and iteration, right? So epoch means my entire data from 0 to 3 lakh, suppose I'm taking sample size of 3 lakh. So 0 to 3 lakh, it will be run, or it will be executed, or it will be examined in one time, right? Since if I'm taking 250.
Are you able to execute 3 lakh sample data at a time?
I am executing to
Otherwise,
2
are
lakh.
you splitting the data here?
Ma'am, I have splitted data to 80-20 ratio. Still, I have 2,80,000
So
data.
what is your training data ratio? What is your training data?
I'm telling you, ma'am, 80-20. 80-20.
80-20.
Yes, ma'am.
So again in this 80, have you splitted the data or directly at a
Ma'am,
time you have taken all the
I
training
have
samples
used
at a time?
one very recent technology that you might know, that is dropout. This is a dropout function that I have used here in my work. In what happens that in let me get some blank space here so that I can tell you dropout. Ma'am, see, if it suppose that this is my deep neural network, right? And suppose this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 feature. So dropout, when we are having data in two types, like one is testing data, another one is training data. When we are taking testing data, we consider each and every input, but when we are taking the training data, we can drop some. Suppose that we have dropped 3 features, right? And these suppose this is my input layer, and this is my hidden layer. I have 12 hidden layer in my work right now. So suppose this, and suppose this is my architecture. This is, I'm taking just a hidden layer 1, this is hidden layer 2, and this is the output layer. So simple. So I'm not taking each and every, since I have taken one threshold, that is 0.3, right? So out of 2,80,000, it will drop point means 30% of the sample at the training time. Again,
कौन
from
सा टूल यूज किया था आपने इसको
मैम कोई
implementation
टूल
के
नहीं
लिए?
है. This is a mechanism that is dropout, that is named as dropout.
No. मैं आपकी implementation के लिए आपने कौन सा टूल यूज किया है?
मैम मैंने तो कैगल पर इसे implement करा है. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. I have implemented each and everything at on Kaggle platform, because my
Kaggle
PC doesn't support PyTorch, but and for that I need to have NVIDIA and NVIDIA, and I need to have CUDA for that. And both of the things, those are not available on my PC. For that I need to, because PyTorch, BERT, and that is a CU. You might know the CU.
Because this is a dropout function which I have heard in this Python.
Yes,
Python में
ma'am.
use करते हैं
Yes,
dropout
yes,
function.
yes. Not in Python, ma'am. You can use
Especially when you use neural
convolutional neural
networks.
network. Yes, ma'am. Convolutional neural networks. Yes, ma'am. Deep neural network. Here,
Yes.
if we are having too many features, then we cannot take entire
To
all the features as it is.
deactivate the neurons, here we use dropout function.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
आप इसमें कैसे
But
apply
ma'am,
कर रहे हो?
in that we don't take each and every neuron. We drop it by some threshold value.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Ompal sir, do you have any questions?
It's okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Karan Singh to extend vote of thanks to our session chair.
Okay. So thank you, Nitu. And we thank you to our session chair, Dr. Lata and Dr. Ompal sir. I think you did a wonderful job and provide a lot of input to authors. And we hope author also try to improve their work. So on the behalf of the organizing committee, I again thank you, both of you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we complete 2 days of the conference, and now it is end of the day. And we have completed, I think, today 3 sessions and 4 lectures. So today was the very tired day. So thank you all.
Tight schedule.
Yes, yes. So now can we end this session, sir?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
doctor.
So we will meet tomorrow 9:30.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Can I leave, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Tomorrow we will.
Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye.
Bye,
Good
sir.
evening, sir.
Okay, good evening, Ompal sir.
Thank you, Lata ma'am. Thank you, Prince, sir.
Okay, bye.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening.
कल मिलते
Good
हैं.
evening, Prasad, sir.
आज तो एनर्जी बची नहीं है, कल मिलेंगे.
Good evening.
बिल्कुल सर बिल्कुल.
हम लोग सुबह से बैठे हुए हैं.
अच्छा, थक गए होंगे.
9:30 बजे से बैठे हुए हैं. 1 मिनट में.
कल.
हाँ. तो कल मिलते हैं सर.
Okay, sir.
Hopefully we'll have a lunch well on time.
Tomorrow
Thank you,
is,
Doctor.
I think in first half we will end the conference. There is a validity session at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, bye sir.
Okay, thank
Bye,
you.
sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.